Going forward. Great, good afternoon. This is the November 1st, 2022 meeting of the Landmark Conservation Commission. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Let's start with the introductions of the commissioners. Julie, you want to get started?
Certainly. Hi, I'm Julie Johnson. I'm a Historic Preservation Project Manager, and I was nominated by the community at large.
Hello, I'm Gary Petrie. I'm an architect, and I was nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
I'm Kelly Wemple. I'm an architect, and I was nominated by the American Institute of Architects.
I'm Larry Sykes. I'm an architect, and I was nominated by History Colorado.
I'm Ann Wattenberg. I'm an architect. I was nominated by the American Institute of Architects.
I'm Graham Johnson, project manager nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
And I'm Jen Capetto. I'm landmark preservation staff. So all those in the room as well.
And let us know if you're having trouble hearing us.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Our speaker is up there for virtual attendees, so we'll do what we can. You can also move right here if you like, if it makes it easier to hear. Okay. Okay, so first thing on our agenda is we have one meeting record up for review. Were there any comments or questions? It's the October 18th meeting record. Larry, I think you had a comment.
Oh, yes. I would like to add my name to the commissioners in attendance.
I would too. You were definitely there.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, great. If there are no other comments, would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the meeting record for October 4th.
Do you have a second? And Charles second. Julie, thank you, Graham, for motioning.
Hold on. You said October 4th.
Sorry, that's what's in here, yeah.
Yeah.
I was reading off the wrong one.
Yeah, it's October 18th.
October 18th, I would accept a friendly amendment or like to amend the motion to October 18th.
I accept. Okay, perfect.
Sorry, just reading off the
All right, if there's no further discussion on the motion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, motion passes unanimously and the meeting record is approved with Larry's name added. Okay, so there's, before we get into consent, we'd like to reserve some time at the beginning of every Landmark Preservation Commission meeting for public comments. So you can see up on the screen the instructions for public comments. If you're joining us in person and you'd like to make a public comment, this is on preservation matters in general, not on any of the items that we're reviewing under our hearings or design review projects today, because those will have separate comment periods later. But if you're in person, go ahead and let us know if you'd like to make a comment. If you're joining us by phone, dial *9. And if you're joining us by computer, use the hand raise button in Zoom. So any general comments at this time?
Sorry. All right. Sorry. Yeah, we do have one. Stephen, let me just. All right. You can unmute yourself when you're ready.
All right.
Hold on a second. I just need to.
Please start with your name and address for the record, Stephen. You'll have up to 2 minutes. And just give Jen a second.
Okay.
Phone number.
Oh, it's not.
Hello, did you want a comment from Steve earlier?
Yes, but just a moment. You need to pull up the timer, which is huge. Sorry. Not what I intended. But yes, whenever you're ready.
This is comments on the landmark designation for 401 North Madison.
Stephen, we'll actually have comment periods for that separately.
Then I have no comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll let you know when it's time to comment on the designation application. All right, it looks like there are no other hands raised, so we'll go ahead and move on. Next thing on our agenda today is we have 2 projects on the consent agenda. Were there any comments or not really comments, but questions from staff on those items or anything commissioners would like taken off consent? If not, would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented. Number 2022-DOA-465 at 1210 East Colfax Avenue, the Colonnade Building. And number 2022-DOA-477 at 532 Frank Street in Driving Park.
Great, thank you, Julie. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Carrie. There's no further discussion. I'll call for the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, motion passes unanimously. And if you're joining us for one of the two projects that was on the consent agenda, your projects have been approved, and feel free to hop off unless there's anything else on the agenda you'd like to join us for. Okay, so we do have a few public hearings on today's agenda. Up on the screen is the process for that. I'll go ahead and announce the hearing, and then staff will introduce the project or the application and provide their recommendation, after which we'll hear from the applicants, and then we'll open it up for public comments. Public comment period is 3 minutes per person for hearings, and we'll go ahead and prompt you, and you can use the hand raise button at this time or at that time, or if you're in person, make a comment then. Once we've heard all comments, we'll close the hearing and the commission will move into deliberation. Right, so the first hearing we have today is actually not a hearing, but just that we need to set the hearing for 1059th Street for porch demolition. So staff's recommending we set the hearing for December 6th. Did someone make a motion? I can make a motion. Great.
Madam Chair, I move to set public hearing for application number 2022 LMDMO-508 at 1059th Street in the 9th Street Park area for December 6th, 2022.
Great, thank you, Ann. Do we have a second? Second. Cool. Kind of a turn. I'm going to go with Graham. Okay. All right. There's no further discussion. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right. Motion passes, and a hearing is now set for December 6th for that project. Okay, so the next hearing we have today is 2022L-002. It's at 401 North Madison for an individual landmark designation. Oh, and I will go ahead and open the hearing.
Yeah, sorry, it's just the Zoom looks different than it did last week.
Okay. My name is Kara Hahn. I am the Landmark Formula Regulatory Supervisor, and I am here to present 401 North Madison Street, a designation for application. Landmark designation. So this review process started in July 19th when Landmark Preservation received a demolition application. Landmark Preservation reviews all demolitions citywide for primary buildings. We reviewed the application and found that it has potential to be a Denver landmark. At that point, we posted public notice for the community on August 4th that there is a proposed demolition of this property. It's posted for 3 weeks or 21 days. During that time period, 3 members of the community submitted a notice of intent, which extends the posting deadline and encourages stakeholder communication meetings between the residents who submitted the notice of intent and the property owners or developers. There were 3 different meetings, one including a site visit to the property with a facilitated third-party stakeholder, a third-party facilitator to help mediate these conversations. Unfortunately, no win-win compromise could be reached, and so on October 3rd, which was the deadline of the posting, a designation application was submitted. Landmark preservation staff reviewed the application and found that it was complete. And we set a public hearing here before you for today. So the address is 401 North Madison Street. It is in the Cherry Creek neighborhood on the corner of 4th and Madison in Council District 10. And here's an up-close or closer view of the property. And then here is a proposed boundary. Landmark preservation staff with CPD, GIS staff always create a proposed map if the designation would be approved. And so this represents what would be the legal boundary of the proposed designation application. So as you all know, in order for a property to be designated per the landmark ordinance, the property needs to maintain its integrity, be 30 years of age or older, meet at least 3 out of 10 criteria, and you as the LPC must consider its historic context. So the commission's determination is based on the criteria, integrity, and historic context, and public comments can help inform your thoughts on those, but your decision needs to be made on the designation criteria. The landmark application put forward that it is significant under 4 different criteria. We'll go over all 4 of those. So first, that it is significant for its architectural style as a late modern style. It can be seen here with its horizontal orientation. The late modern style often has flat or shed roofs, which are seen here. It often has a use of industrial materials like concrete, which is the primary construction material for this property. There's often hooded or deep-seated windows. There are large areas without windows. You often have walls that are eaveless. There's little ornamentation. There's often decorative, minimal decorative ornamentation, but often has dramatic or sculptural concepts in the building's volume. All of these things are seen on this particular property, and it is an example in Historic Denver's look for architectural styles as a great example of a late modern style. So landmark staff concurs with the application that it meets criteria to see. The application says that it's a significant example of the work of a recognized architect. So it's a significant example of Richard Crowther's modernist residential design work. He was an architectural pioneer in the green and holistic and passive solar design. He completed this at the height of his career. It was not his first passive solar design, but was a culmination of his work. And this home served as his house, as well as his laboratory and where he worked until his death in 2006. The house has been featured in multiple architectural publications, noted by architectural critics and commentators as the preeminent example of his design philosophy. And so staff also concurs that this is a significant example of Richard Crowther's work as a recognized architect. This is an example of passive house design. It contains elements of engineering materials, which have a significant innovation in solar and energy conservation. This is under criterion E, which is a rarely used criterion as a significant example that shows innovation. And as you can see here, and sorry that it's a little small, but this shows the image on the right, which is his own work, that it has examples of significant innovations and technical achievements with it's very horizontally designed, how it's spatially sited, is a technical achievement with the use of the angled windows to capture the sunlight. The tinted concrete increases solar gain, and the lighter concrete and metal reflects away unwanted solar heat. And then the windows are designed in such a way as to heat the swimming pool and greenhouses. And so the design of this is using innovative technical achievements, as can be seen in his own work right here. And so staff found that this meets criteria. And then finally, that it is significant for its association with social movements that contribute significantly to the culture of the neighborhood, community, city, state, or nation. And so it's significant for the environmental movement. The energy and conservation environmentalism became a mass social movement in the 1960s. It was guided by the culture of political activism, inspired in part by the civil rights movements and anti-war movements, and which led to the development of the Environmental Protection Agency in 1970. Crowther saw himself and the architectural field in general as an important part of the environmental movement. He wrote numerous books on architectural environmentalism, and he published The Sun, Earth in 1976, and it was noted in 1977 as a progressive architectural citation for awards. And it has become a benchmark in early holistic architecture. He also gave lectures across the country about this, and so he was an important part of the environmental movement as associated with architecture. And this house is a living embodiment of his beliefs and how he designed his house to fit in with the environmental movement. And it was integrated into the design. The property has integrity. The application says the property has integrity, and we as staff concur with that. It is the basic structure of concrete is still there because of the strong material. And when we're talking about integrity, it is historic integrity. It's not structural integrity, and it does not reflect condition, but does the building look like what it used to look like? And because of the concrete, it really does still look like what it used to look like. There has been some recent vandalism, but that has not changed its integrity. Its location, setting, feeling, and association are still there, and its energy conserving features are still intact. And so the design, material, and workmanship is still present. You all also need to consider the historic context. The historic context should be related to the areas of significance or the criteria. So this house reflects the history of the modern environmental movement. Crowther saw himself and the architectural field as part of the green movement as embodied in the Sun, Earth, which is a really important work on green architecture. The property was constructed in 1979, and that is the period of significance. So the historic context supports the criteria for which it's designated. We wanted to note the public comment that we received as of noon yesterday. So we received 21 letters in opposition, 33 signatures in support, and one voicemail, in opposition, sorry, 33 signatures in opposition, one voicemail in opposition, and 5 letters of support. You also received the house inspection from the property owners that was also submitted to you, not included in these comments. So your review is based on, is it 30 years of age or older? Does it the application that meets at least 3 out of 10 criteria? Does it retain integrity? And then you need to consider the historic context. Landmark preservation staff found that it met those criteria and provided a recommendation for you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? No? And George, you missed introductions. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is George Dennis. I'm retired law enforcement, and I was a little late getting out of my historically designated home. I was nominated by History Colorado.
Thank you. Okay, since there's no questions for staff, is the applicant present? I don't know. Okay. Great.
Sure.
Yeah, come on up and please start with your name and address for the record.
On this, see if we can get on video something. There, here, it's not working there.
Give her a second, but we'll have 10 minutes. Start.
Yep, great. And, did it work? Oh, great, there you go, okay. And if you stand right there, it won't blow up your nose.
Okay.
Hold on a second, let me get the I'm gonna stop sharing. Unfortunately, my screen is being weird where it's not letting me, share the whole screen, so I have to do we're just sharing a giant clock, and I apologize for that. Whenever you're ready.
Good. Okay. Thank you. My name is Tom Hart. I'm the applicant. I'm here along with Alan Gass, Mike Hughes. We are members of Docomomo, which is an organization advocating for the preservation of mid-century architecture. We believe that Crowther House qualifies under the 4 criteria. Criteria C, characteristics of architectural style, the late modern architecture style. Definition of that, that's what I found, is exhibits beefy, bold shapes wrapped in singular materials, sticking their sharp corners in our faces. More refined than brutalism, less picturesque postmodernism, now approaching architectural middle age. It's featured in the book, Mid-Century Modern House in Denver, an example of late modernism. That was a Denver book, Mike Paglia, wrote that book. So, criteria D is a significant example of the work of a recognized architect. So, Richard Crowther, architect here in Denver, he worked in residential, commercial, civic work. He helped develop the Cherry Creek neighborhood. And most importantly, he's a pioneer in modern holistic solar design. This is a significant example of his work. It was his home, his office, and research laboratory. It was built at the height of his career in 1979. He was a nationally renowned speaker on sustainability and solar, speaking at Smithsonian solar conferences and universities across the country. He's also a researcher and writer. This book, his son, still used to teach students the landmark publication. Colorado Cultural Resources Survey in 1998 called it one of Crowther's greatest masterpieces. I want to say it's one of the most advanced residences from this period in Colorado, comparable to Beaton's Sculpture House by Praise. It's an important building by the acknowledged master of 20th century modern architecture in Colorado. So criteria E contains elements of design, engineering, and materials that represent a significant innovation and technical achievement. This building is a monument to innovation and technical achievement in solar and energy conserving architecture. It features pioneering use of solar for heating, cooling, and lighting. It was an innovative approach to green architecture long before green architecture became popular. Talk about some of the terms that we consider nowadays: net zero energy, the green roof, zero escaping. These are all things that the city of Denver is now advocating for. So, criteria J. It is associated with social movements, institutions, or patterns of growth or change that contribute so significantly to our culture. This building was predictive of the now burgeoning environmental sustainability movement, which was in its infancy when it was built. Built green, now mainstream. Crowther foresaw climate change, and he saw himself in architecture as important in this movement. This house clearly qualifies under the 4 criteria. The building has maintained its integrity despite recent vandalism. Most of the features are intact. The floors, the walls, the roof, all the concrete. This is a solid building. It'd be difficult to tear down. It will actually take quite a bit of energy to tear down, contrary to what Crowther would. During our outreach, we heard various questions and comments about the building. People ask, why delay efforts? Why now? Why did it take so long for you to nominate this building? Why not years ago? And we agree, something should have been done years ago. We weren't aware of its danger of demolition. Did not have acted until we received the demolition notice. We're now following the city's prescribed process. Also, Discover Denver, which you may be aware of, is going around the city in various neighborhoods and looking at all the buildings to see if they're historic or not. Haven't reached Cherry Creek yet, it's not on the radar yet, but hopefully that effort will prevent things in the future where a lot of people know a little bit more about the future neighborhoods and their structures and give them more knowledge about these kinds of things. It aims to identify building decisions. People have talked about this condition. It's overgrown, vandalized, and they're tired of putting up with it. And we agree. The site has been a mess, and it should never have reached this condition. City codes don't allow it. Somebody should contact 911 or contact Gov. I don't know if they ever did, but it was a pretty poor condition. We've been working to find someone who might preserve it, but the condition makes the designation more urgent, not less. Designation will create opportunities for grants and tax credits. So we have an owner now who wants to clean it up. The state wants to scrape it off. We support redevelopment, adaptive reuse, and renovation. There's currently 2 units in that building. There's a main unit and a caretaker's unit. They plan on building 4 units there. And we think that redevelopment will try to provide as many units as the owner seeks can be accomplished while keeping the building. So I said, well, you should just buy it. Well, we're working to find somebody with a vision to do that. The common refrain that we've been hearing, though, is that it's too expensive. People say it's ugly and unattractive. Well, beauty is not one of the 10 criteria up for consideration. And like Bear Missy tells a story, 50, 55 years ago, people didn't like Victorian buildings being torn down. And nothing like. There was one that was going to be torn down. The owners didn't know anything about it, but people got together and said, hey, that's the Molly Brown house. So that Molly Brown house was saved. People appreciate Victorian architecture now. And it's one of the most visited sites here in Denver. People have said it's beyond saving. Despite vandalism and neglect, the building is largely intact. I'm an architect working residential modeling field for 40 years now. I've seen buildings worse than this. I know a building like this can be saved. You might be aware of the Bosler House in the west side of town. That was in very, very poor condition. The roof was off, snow was coming in. Very neglected. Somebody was bringing safety that one. So it is possible to save it. People said, well, we weren't aware it was historic. How could we have known that? Well, there is this process in the city. People apply for a designation of non-historic status. Landmark staff review it and let them know. And this is often it's precursor to demolition. People often do this before, spend a lot of money on a piece of property, see if they can tear it down. That wasn't done here. It would have been done. People did. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. You could hang on a second, just in case there are any questions.
Sure.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
I have a question that's not directly related to the application, but I'm wondering if Crowther was influenced by Richard Neutra in your research that you uncovered.
I haven't seen anything like that. No. I know he started his career in San Diego, actually built his first solar house in 1943. This was his career. This was the pivot.
I was just gonna ask if you could say your name and address.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thomas Hart. My address is 4530 East Cedar Avenue.
I'd like to make one clarification. We now call a certificate of non-historic status a certificate of demolition eligibility, for the record, in case anyone is Googling it.
Okay, is the owner present?
Yes.
All right, you all will have 10 minutes if you'd like to come up to the podium here. And if there's multiple people talking, that's fine, to figure out what anyone can speak to.
Great. My name is Steve Gilman, 1727 Pearl Street in Denver.
Hold on a second, something happened. All right. Okay. I know.
Technology,
I'm having a hard time today. Okay, all right.
Okay. My name is Steve Gilman, and my address is 1727 Pearl Street in Denver. I'm representing the owners of 401 North Madison Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about this very important matter. First, I want to reiterate my client's opposition to landmark designation for 401 North Madison Street. The owners are working in good faith with the applicant and the mediator throughout this process in order to attempt to come to a resolution regarding this matter. On numerous occasions, the owners have indicated their willingness to sell the property at fair market value to the applicants or to other parties interested in restoring the property. Unfortunately, neither applicants nor any other party has expressed any interest in purchasing the property from the owners. The owners have exhausted all options with respect to restoring and renovating the property, but given the current condition of the property and its structural defects and health hazards, it's financially impossible for the owners to restore the property as desired by the applicants. If this property is landmarked, it will continue to sit vacant and uninhabitable and a blight in the neighborhood as it has since 2007. A lot of my presentation is based on the inspection reports. I think that you all received a copy of that. Okay. So I've reviewed the landmark staff report recommending approval for the property's landmark designation, and I'm here to address what the owners view as factual inaccuracies considering the contents of the staff's reports. Due to these inaccuracies, the owners strongly believe that the property does not qualify for landmark designation. The landmark staff report determined that the application for landmark designation demonstrates that the structure meets the following criteria. Criteria C, that the property embodies distinctive visible characteristics of an architectural style, specifically the late modern style. And while the concrete may be an element of late modern architectural style, the concrete used to construct this property is structurally unsafe and a health hazard. As evidenced by the recent inspection of the property, the concrete ceilings have damage at multiple concrete seams, and concrete throughout the property is contaminated with microbial growth. The property is defective, and failing concrete outweigh any architectural value that the property may have at this time. With respect to criteria E, the landmark staff believes the property contains elements of design, engineering, materials, craftsmanship, or artistic merit, which represents a significant innovation or technological achievement. Despite the assertions in the staff report, the shell of the building is not a well-insulated concrete heat sink. The building shell is actually comprised of an inefficient stucco system called EIFS, which is designed, came to fruition, I think, in the 1970s. And that has caused significant moisture intrusion into the property and the existence of mold throughout the property. All stucco in the property must be replaced. The concrete floor slabs, supporting walls, and ceilings are in poor condition. The concrete ceilings have significant damage and multiple concrete seams requiring extensive repair. Moreover, due to the property's defective design, the concrete throughout the entire property is contaminated with mold. The defects in the concrete and the stucco are not indicative of any significant innovation or technical achievement in home building. And these defective materials cannot be easily remedied or replaced. Criteria J, the landmark staff believes the property is associated with social movements, institutions, or patterns of growth or change that contribute significantly to the culture of the neighborhood, community, city, or nation. The staff report concludes that the property is an important example of a building constructed with the ethos of environmental sustainability movement, an example of the beginnings of the energy conservation and environmentalism movement in this country. Despite this assertion, the property was actually constructed with an underground swimming pool, and the swimming pool has fallen into a state of disrepair. A property containing a swimming pool of this caliber, I don't think can be considered as a prime example of energy conservation and environmentalism movements in this country. Neither the basement swimming pool nor its outdated and inoperable heating components warrant landmark designation consideration. Furthermore, the property is primarily powered by electricity. This is not a solar-powered home. Only the heating components of the swimming pool are actually solar-powered, and the solar panels are inoperable, technologically obsolete, and in poor condition. I guess I can't imagine this property with its private, run-down swimming pool, excuse me, is worthy of landmark designation due to its importance in the environmental and energy conservation movement. The last criterion here to discuss is landmark staff's argument that the structure maintains its integrity. And as previously mentioned, the concrete and the stucco materials used to build this property are defective and unsound. And while the property does look as it did when it was constructed, a property cannot be said to maintain its integrity if the structural materials used to build the property are defective and unsound. The property contains minimal energy conserving features given today's energy standards. The solar power that was used at the property was used to only heat the swimming pool water, and those panels are damaged beyond repair. As previously mentioned, the shell of the building is not a well-insulated concrete heat sink. The shell of the building has allowed moisture to permeate the property, causing significant mold throughout its structural elements. The property would require a massive investment and significant renovations in order for it to become the symbol of energy conservation and environmental sustainability that the applicants claim. As evidenced by the foregoing, the property does not meet the landmark designation criteria as asserted by the applicants and landmark staff. The structure contains unsound and defective elements. Its conservation improvements are overstated, obsolete, and overshadowed by the swimming pool located in the property spaces. Based on the public comments submitted to landmark staff, there are at least 35 neighbors against landmarking this property. Indeed, the owner opposed landmark designation of the property is deeply unpopular in this community. The neighborhood feels that the structure is an eyesore and takes away from the value of the properties around it. The property has been vacant since 2007 and has since fallen into disrepair. It has been a blight in this neighborhood for several years. My clients look forward to developing a tasteful property that is harmonious with the other homes in the neighborhood, and it is clear that the neighborhood looks forward to the day when the property is demolished and construction can commence on my client's developments. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
I'm confused by the characterization of the construction. You said it was constructed of ethos. And there's also indications that it was constructed of concrete. Could you explain the actual structure of the building and where the ethos is and what the structural system is composed of?
I have the same question. Thanks.
Sure. Mike Moyle, Mac Builders, address is 2754 South Cherokee. So the ethos system is the exterior that's on the exterior of the concrete. We believe there's a foam board and then basically the stucco system on top of that. Again, the floors in the home are made of concrete along with the ceilings. All interior walls are 2x4s and gravel.
Okay, thank you.
So the structural systems are concrete and they're covered with foam and then
Stucco. Correct.
do you know what that stucco coat thickness is? It looks like in the inspection report there's chips, but they look deeper than I see.
I wouldn't say it's more than a quarter inch thick.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question about the characterization of the concrete. Yeah, I'm looking at the structural report, and in the foundations, I'm looking at section 14, and it says the foundations were inspected, no visible signs of settlement was observed. The exterior walls appear to be plumb and in good condition. And then in 15, it says no settlement was observed. The interior walls appear and in good condition. And so I'm a little confused about your characterization of concrete being in disrepair.
Sure. So the concrete is, inside the concrete, there's some rebar. And where the cracks and where the water has intruded into the home, all the rebar is rusty. So it's losing its structural integrity.
And is that reflected in the structural report?
No, we need a structural engineer to determine that.
I don't think that was brought up in this particular. Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right, thanks.
Okay, now we'll open it up for public comments. So if you would like to provide a public comment, comment period will be 3 minutes per person. If you're in person, you go ahead and, did we have to do forms like we did pre-COVID, or how are we doing it?
We have forms, right? I'm just putting the instructions up here so that we.
Okay. Well, if you're joining us by computer, use the hand raise button. If you're joining us by phone, dial *9. And if you're in person and would like to provide a public comment, go ahead and,
Yeah, and I think we'll do the in-person first, just because I think that would be a little bit more consistent with one and then the other. But if you are joining by the computer or phone, please click the hand raise now so that don't wait until it's at the very end. Just call on you on the order that you raise your hand. So.
Great. Anyone in person? Go ahead and come up. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Please start with your name and address for the record.
Thank you.
And
My name's Ken Green.
Hold on one. Sorry. Gotta get the timer up.
I gotta get the timer. This takes this moment. So that everyone can see it real fast. This won't take that long every time. It's just switching it today or right now. Okay, great.
My name's Ken Green. I live on 400 Cook Street in Cherry Creek, neighborhood. I'm retired. I first arrived in that community in 2005. Was known there. So we've lived there a long time and walked by that facility that's in question now in Madison for a long time. It's been in a steady state of decline, and I've always wondered why. My guess was, after watching it and looking at it, and pursuing the red fox that lived there for years, that everybody knew about. He was a cool guy, and frankly, pretty friendly. But in just walking around, I think the reason it was empty for so long, frankly, is because it would never pass inspection. No way. If somebody wanted to buy it in its present state, for sure. But I think that's been the case for maybe 20 years. And that's going to be my theory until proven wrong. And I don't think I can. My home is across the alley. This property. It doesn't affect us really. It's sad to see, but our street presence isn't really affected by what's in the alley. But we do see it all the time, including to answer your question about the surface and the concrete and what was on the concrete. It looked like styrofoam because woodpeckers have made homes in it on the west side. If you'll just go down the alley, don't make any judgments based on any pictures of any grass. See, go walk the property. There's no question. This place needs to be ready. It can't be fixed. It's beyond it. I bought that historical property a couple of years ago on 4th and Fillmore. My wife and I did. It was an old ranch house. It was on a double-sized lot. We scraped it. It would have qualified as something historical. But the deed says it was built in 1886. 2,000 square foot wood frame house. At some point, you don't get inspections on that either. You straighten it. This is what this property is too. I think that as a history buff, I know why the Molly Brown House is a landmark. I was born in Colorado. I believe in the history. I appreciate it. We need to have landmarks. You all do important work. congratulations for what you've done. The Harmon Hall, 3 blocks from my house, is a landmark, deserves it, should be. Before there was a Cherry Creek, there was Harmon, Colorado. That was the city hall. An individual developer did a great job of it, and it's in great shape. Another one would be probably St. John's Cathedral. That's a landmark. This property is an eyesore.
All right.
Anyone else in person? Public comment?
I'm Dr. Joanna Gelner Silverman, and we own the home at 456 Madison. And we're neighbors, and we've been there for about a year and a half. And, you know, I truly believe we need to save landmarks. But Frank Lloyd Wright said that the landmark we save has to be in peace with its environment. It's got to fit the area. This home structure is falling apart. It hasn't been taken care of. Bottles are strewn all over. They did try to cut the trees down to improve, you know, the look of it perhaps, but it's really in terrible shape. And people have been going in. It has been vandalized. And like Mr. Green said, his property is right there. He has a beautiful property. We were lucky enough to look at the home. We were interested in purchasing it. And from the second story window, you can see the roof of that home and its disrepair and how bad it looks from, you know, where you look. So I just wanted to come up and just mention that, you know, I've seen it close up. It really, something needs to be done with it. It's in terrible shape. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, any other public comments?
Let's take a look at the, we have 3 people with their hands raised, so we're gonna call him, Michael first. 4 people, yeah. 4, so, Michael, when you are ready, go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Michael Flowers. I work with Historic Denver. Our offices are at 1420 Ogden Street. Historic Denver is an organization that exists so that Denver's unique identity, cultural landmarks, and historic places are thoughtfully maintained, actively used, and relevant for all generations. In this capacity, we work every day to find economically viable and community-centered solutions that often involve agreeable compromises. In the case of the Crowther House at 401 Madison Street, Historic Denver engaged in conversations with the applicants, the property owner, and preservation-minded potential buyers who we hoped might consider saving this historically significant property. But we have not found a workable solution thus far. This building is clearly a unique architectural asset to Denver, and we believe it clearly meets the criteria for landmark designation, has historic integrity, and is significant for its association with Richard Crowther. Historic Denver stands ready to lend its support to help find a win-win outcome should the owner and community be willing to swiftly and in good faith explore alternatives to demolition. Thank you.
All right, Stephen is next.
Yes, thank you. My name is Steve Ehrlich at 426 Madison. I have a couple of questions for the applicants or staff. Did you or anyone make a bid on the property when it has been up for sale 4 times in the last 14 years?
I'm sorry, this isn't a Q&A period. If you'd like to continue, maybe we can address that after your comment. Stephen, do you have further comments?
Yes, I didn't hear the answer, but I'm assuming the answer was no. I was wondering how many other Crothers properties have been demolished?
Sir, this is not a question and answer period. This is a public comment period. So if you have additional comments, maybe we can address your questions at the end.
Well, to the best of our knowledge, no one has been on the property the 4 times it has been sold with the intent of keeping it as historic property, nor, to the best of our knowledge, have any of the properties that have been demolished, Crothers property, been designated. And we are unaware of any attempts to have any of the other Crothers properties designated. Our concern is if this developer goes bankrupt and no one buys the property, who is going to maintain the property? It has been unmaintained or improperly maintained for nearly 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Laura, you are up next.
Okay.
You'll need to, yep, there we go. You'll need to unmute yourself when you have a moment. Laura?
Yes, okay.
Yep.
Okay, I live directly across the street from 401 Madison. I've been in my home for 18 and a half years. No one has lived in the property except for the vagrants in the bushes during that time. The home has been sold over 4 times during that period. No one has ever discussed landmark status. Richard Crowther has an office studio complex in Cherry Creek at 3rd and Steel. And I'm wondering why no one is discussing landmark status for this, which was his workshop, built in a very similar style at a similar time. And it makes much more sense to me that this product, this location be the landmark because it was where he actually worked. And my neighbor's going to step in right here with a few more comments.
My name is Nancy Schneid, and I live directly next door to the property. One of my biggest concerns is there's kids always on the roof, roller skating.
Can you stop? Please stop for just a minute.
We need to know more about all of the people who are there, so we need Laura's full name and address, and we need Nancy and anyone else who is speaking during this 3-minute period to provide your full name and address.
We are neighbors of 401 Madison. I'm Laura Saber-Ehrlich. I live at 426 Madison Street. My neighbors and I are presently directly in front of the fence at 401 Madison, hoping that we would have had an opportunity to show you pictures because what you've shown so far really doesn't show the property. And now Nancy Schneider, who lives directly next door to the property, is going to speak.
I'm Nancy Schneider. I live at 421 Madison, directly next door to the property. And on a regular basis, kids are on the roof, rollerblading and skating. And it's a constant problem. I worry constantly that they're going to come crashing into my backyard. I've shoot them off a million times. There's people on the property. It's in total disarray. And it's just drawing bad characters to the neighborhood. It really needs, and I really feel badly that anybody could sell that property to somebody, and then you could try to landmark it and leave those people with the situation that they're in. It's just not fair. And I hope that something gets done with this. Thank you.
I can talk. Well, this is another neighbor. My name is Rakesh Kumar. I live right across this building. 408 Madison. I've been living in my home for more than 2.5 years, and I have not seen anybody in this home. What I have seen, a lot of people, a lot of boys are just running around, jumping around, shouting around, and making it highly unsafe for the neighbors which are right across. I do have a small grandkids. I'm always worried about it, whether some of these kids could turn maybe the bad guys, because there's a lot of kidnapping and all those issues are happening. So I'm really worried about my grandkids, which we babysit here all the time. And I have only seen problems here, nothing else. When there's snow, there is nobody to clean up the snow. And the more issue is this house, I have never seen anything. You can see the cracks right at the front also. I stop it here.
Stop it here.
Okay, thank you. Was there any, normally we have 1 comment per 3-minute period, but since you've had 3 comments in a 3-minute period. Was there anyone else you had on the line? Or was that everybody?
No, that's good for now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right. Any other?
Next up is Lizzie. You'll have to, there's a unmute button at the bottom of your screen, Lizzie. Or it'll pop up on your screen.
Does that work? Okay, so my main thing, like, can you just reshare the slide? It went by really fast about who's supported and who has not. Can you re-put that up?
I can, but at the end, because I can, otherwise you won't be able to see how much time you have. But we do need your name
That's
and
really
your
my only
address.
comment. My only comment is that it seems like there's more neighborhood opposition than support to this, so that's all I have to say.
Can we get your name and address, Lizzie?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Did we get your name and address for the record?
Absolutely. So Lizzie Kemp, and I live at 270 South Birch Street in Denver.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Stuart, I think you're our last hand raised. If anyone else wants to speak, please raise your hand as well.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Cool. Stuart Hayden, 2525 Grape Street, and I'm the only one here. And I don't live in the neighborhood, and perhaps that gives me a little bit of perspective. I think in what the Landmark Preservation Commission is considering and their purview, I think this is a pretty solid case for landmark status, and I fully support the application. The issues that the neighbors are bringing up will be interesting to hear in front of City Council, and I encourage them to bring those issues up there. But I think for this body, what lays in front of them is a pretty clear landmark-worthy property. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yep, we just had one. Nicole? There we go. We're getting there. Hold on a second.
Hi, my name is Nicole Malo, 415 Monroe Street. I just wanted to lean in a little because of the comments that a woman made a little bit earlier that none of the neighbors are in support. I also heard several of those neighbors have lived in the neighborhood for 2 years. The property that I live in at 415 Monroe Street, my dad has owned for since 1974. So we've seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood. And I realize that neighborhood input is part of your criteria, but I'd also like to lean in and say, I mean, people come and go from the neighborhood all the time, and it's a little bit frustrating when you have neighbors that have been there for a year or two leaning in on historic preservation matters. So I would fully support the application. I agree with the fellow who spoke just before me that seems to meet the criteria. It's a very, very interesting structure, and I do realize it's been behind bushes and kind of hidden from the public for many, many, many years. So it would be really neat to see it brought back to its integrity. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's all of our public comments.
Let's do a last call.
Okay, anyone else at this time want to make a public comment? Either use the hand raise button in Zoom or no? Okay. Great, then is there any recap from staff before we move into deliberation?
I did want to let you guys give some more background on one thing. Laura, in fact, had mentioned the property at 3rd and Steel Street. I'm wondering why that wasn't flagged as a landmark or is no landmark. It was Crowther's architecture studio. However, it came in for a certificate of demolition eligibility this summer.
I actually did the review for it, and at the time, staff found that it did not have integrity. It was originally 2 separate buildings, but over the course of time, there was an addition, there were changes to the window, and it really lost most of its design capabilities that Quiller had created. So it currently, both of those properties have certificates of demolition eligibility, which means for the next 5 years, it can be demolished without further landmark review.
And then I believe Stephen Ehrlich also had some questions about people, whether anyone had tried to purchase. I don't think anyone at Landmark tried to purchase.
Yeah, as a reminder, Landmark staff is not the ones who put together the designation application. We're just reviewing it. So we did not try to purchase this property.
Thank you for making that clarification.
And I would also like to add that, Lizzie raised your hand again. We have already called on you for your time. So we do one opportunity for public comment for a public hearing. So sorry about that.
I do wonder if it's hard for them to hear staff though. So maybe I'll just repeat that, you know, since Lizzie did ask whether the property Crowther's office had been considered for designation. Landmark staff did say that a certificate of non-historic status or demolition eligibility thing, I messed it up, did come in for that property this summer, and they found that it no longer meets, it has its integrity. So, so that is not currently been, and they have approval to demolish that property within the next 5 years. So hopefully that answers your question. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing now that we've heard from everyone, and let's move into deliberation.
And please speak loudly, commissioners, for those in the room as well.
Those in the room and on the line. All right, don't be shy.
Kelly, I think I'll start by saying that, you know, I feel like the last few public comments that we had, the purview of this commission were accurate. But I don't want to discredit, you know, some of the concerns that were brought up. This is a system that we don't need to debate further here that has no issues. You know, the comment about structural integrity of rebar that's been exposed to water and corrosion that can happen is something that without a structural engineer's report or with further investigation, I think it's hard to tell from the information that we have. You know, structural integrity again versus historic integrity, I think is different than what we're looking at today. So, you know, I know that there are a number of different aspects of the building's current condition that were discussed. I think outside of the eligible criteria that have been identified by the applicants and confirmed by staff, that, you know, while those may be relevant to the existing condition of the building, I don't think that that changes the historic pedigree. And so I know that's frustrating for some as a part of this process. It's also frustrating the different purviews. But I do appreciate that that was brought up in comments, and I think it's worth restating that, that those comments didn't go unheard. Unfortunately, our ability to act based on those is very, so, with that being said, you know, I agree that there's a strong case, I think, for the 4 criteria that were discussed. And I agree with staff's findings and the application.
Madam Chair, I agree with Fran, and I absolutely want, everybody that commented, I hear your pleas. Every homeowner has to deal with, you know, what you might call blight in the neighborhood, and see what I'm saying, which Western High Points, but that's just not our purview. And I think our, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think we need to look at, you know, the analysis of the staff did a great job of analysis. Property, and I do think that it does. I mean, I will support the landmark designation, but also encourage all the speakers, owners, and you will have another chance to talk to the council. This is the last, not the last.
Yeah, I would agree with what both of you said. I mean, we don't have the ability to just to consider anything outside of the criteria, the historic context, and the integrity. So although we appreciate everyone's comments, the ones about condition we just don't have the purview over. So, but city council does, and we are not approving this. We are forwarding it to city council if we all vote that direction. So I would agree with what both Graham and Julie said, and I think staff did a good job of assessing the application. I think the application was complete and did meet the criteria, and that it does have a high degree of integrity, even if the condition is in poor shape. And I think the owner's argument, I had definitely heard that. I don't think it was about staff inaccuracies. I think they're looking at condition, and staff was looking at historic significance, and those are two different things. So, just because the concrete is damaged, contaminated with mold, not found, that doesn't make it that it's not meeting that architectural style or type. It is still, meeting that criteria. So I would agree with staff.
I have a few points, some of which have already been said, but eyesore, ugly, not in our purview. And you can say that about a lot of stuff that's being built tomorrow. I will defer to the architects amongst us as to integrity issues, but then again, we don't really vote on that. My only question would be, is it possible that this property could be indeed be saved? Now, at the beginning of the environmental movement, no one knew everything about sustainable buildings or elements of energy efficient materials. But this house represents the best of what was known in 1979. And Colorado has long been recognized at the forefront of environmentally appropriate and sustainable living. I think to destroy the building is to shoot ourselves in the head as far as Colorado's leadership in that area is recognized. Now, lots of people believe in history. I think this is also a NIMBY test as well. Yes, it's next door to you. It may be unpleasant now, but that does not impact what it represents as far as this commission goes. And economic viability, same story. I think the Crowther house is one of those that is aching to be saved from a wrecking ball. Can it be? Well, that's for engineers and bankers to determine. But historically, our purview, yes, absolutely, I would support that.
I also, I was waiting to hear from what the other commissioners are wanting to say. I support this recommendation, or the recommendation for landmark status. I think one of the things that was overlooked in the conversation today that was not overlooked in the actual application was the design principles that were behind this building, which included passive solar, not just active solar. One of the principles that was very prevalent in the 70s and early 80s in terms of passive solar was to put mass inside of an insulated envelope, which is what this building is. The fact that it used a EPIS system is not actually a detriment to the building's preservation. Yes, it probably has suffered some deterioration over time, but it can be repaired. But it is part of the original design concept. And so I strongly support this application. I think it's very well done. I think all four criteria that were listed of the criteria have been satisfied, and I'll vote for recommending landmarking the building and passing it on to city council, in which time it becomes a political decision, not an architectural decision, not a preservation decision, not a decision about its historic integrity. It is strictly political.
Yeah, I think I agree with the other commissioners' comments. I don't think I necessarily have anything more to add other than that, yeah, I think Crowther is a significant architect, and this is probably the culmination of his work.
I agree. I thought George was very eloquent. I totally agree with George because I'm enthusiastic. I don't think there's anything apologetic about recommending this for designation because I do think he was a pioneer. And the house, it seems to me in remarkably good condition. When you look at the report, even the tiny cracks, the concrete work really looks like it's in pretty great shape. And I guess I'm guessing that Gary's right that it has to do with the mass of the building, that was actually part of what the passive idea was. But I think that sort of lends itself to being preserved up to this point. And he was clearly a leader. He was clearly a pioneer. So I agree with my other commissioners.
Right. All right. Sounds like we've reached consensus. So who wants to make the motion?
I'd love to.
Great. Go for it, John.
Madam Chair, I move to recommend approval and forward to the City Council the landmark designation for 401 North Madison Street, application number 2022L-002, based on the landmark ordinance criteria C, D, E, and J, citing as findings of fact for this recommendation the application form, the public testimony, and the October 25th, 2022 staff report.
Thank you, George. Second?
Second.
Larry. All right. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay, the motion passes unanimously and this is recommended to City Council. Okay, our next hearing today.
Want to just pause for a moment because a bunch of people to remind us that are going to be leaving and it'll be noisy unless you all would like to stay. You're welcome to stay for as long as you like.
Something we said?
I apologize.
Almost hot water.
Today, so I wasn't going to start it.
Let's quiet down, everybody. We've got a really long agenda, so I don't want to hold things up. So for those of you who stay with us, if you could please quiet down. Thank you. All right, our next public hearing is for the design guideline update. So I'll go ahead and open the hearing. There's no project number or anything.
Correct. This is not. Oh, I can see myself that great. I'm going to step back so you don't see up my notes.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us in the public hearing. This is for the design guideline update phase 1 for the Denver Landmark Structure Zone District. The last major revisions were adopted in 2014 by the Landmark Preservation Commission, and we had a minor update January of 2016. But over the past 8 years, the public, staff, and the commissioners have recognized the need to do another major revision to this document. We are planning to split this into 4 phases, with the Landmark Preservation Commission adopting each phase of this project. So today before you, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it from my desk, or from my computer, because I'm sick. I can advance it there. Hold on a second. Start video. There we go. Now you can see me. Okay, so we have the plan phases. The phase 1 is to be adopted today, we hope. These are revisions to the guidelines for solar panels, retaining walls, and cladding materials for infill additions and accessory structures, plus clarifications to existing guidelines on landscaping, sheds, lighting, egress windows, and fencing. Phase 2, which we plan to start in 2023, is the one that everyone asks about: when are you going to work on window replacement? And this is the one. So phase 2 will be focused on window replacement,
other alterations to historic buildings, accessory dwelling units, and accessibility. We'll also do clarifications to the remainder of the site work chapter, the signage chapter, and accessory structures, not including accessory dwelling units or standard. Then in phase 3, we've got revisions to guidelines about infill construction, tandem houses with additions, and phase 4, the development of a new chapter on alterations to non-contributing buildings, as well as revisions to all guidelines about commercial and institutional buildings except for site work and site. So how has this process gone so far? So in September of last year, we had a design guideline kickoff meeting that was on Zoom. We had about 40 participants, plus 5 commissioners participate in that live. In then autumn of 2021, we did a bunch of research, and I would say it was a lot of staff members, but largely Abby and largely our intern Taylor Cortez, who did a lot of that work. So great job to them for researching design guidelines from 22 cities in 12 states to see what they do for these for various regulations. In November, we had a phase 1 community meeting. So that was our kickoff for the phase 1 project. We had 41 participants, plus 7 and 2 commissioners who participated. And then from November 21 to February 2022, we had the phase 1 online survey. So we received 64 people who provided comment in that online survey. Staff did a bunch of discussion about drafting of design guidelines and revisions. And then in April, between April 26th and May 31st, we posted the public review draft on our website and sent out a lot of email information about that public review draft. We received 102 online comments and 3 emailed letters, which was really great. And we incorporated a lot of those comments into the revised guidelines. We sent those to you all for a discussion item on June 21st. We had 2 live commenters at that time, but also you all asked us to have a second discussion item, which was great because you all wanted us to synthesize all of the various comments that you had and everyone else had. And so we did that August 2nd and had a discussion item there. Again, 2 live commenters at that meeting. So today we are here November 1st for the public hearing. We received 2 comments by email. One was posted on the website, so that was for you all to review. That was from Historic Denver. And the other one was emailed to you all yesterday. I believe I did it last night between trick-or-treaters. Because preservationist work is never done. I want to go over some of these changes for you all so that we can, I'm not going to cover everything. I'm going to synthesize, but chapter 1, so general things we did. So general formatting to cover the table of contents. We changed the names of the LPC chair because Kelly's now the chair and it's no longer Martin Goldstein. And also the city attorney, which I believe we will have to change again because I believe she's retiring tomorrow, or at least leaving the city tomorrow. We changed the date at the footer throughout to today's date. We updated the photo numbers, figures, and page number references throughout the document due to subtraction or addition of photos, figures, and pages. We fixed typos. So there were a couple of examples where we had complimentary, like that looks lovely versus complimentary as in that fits in. So we fixed things like that. And then we removed continued throughout the document headers because there were things that said accessory structures continued, and that was kind of annoying. So it was inconsistent. We just cut out the continued. Changes to chapter 1. I'm going to go through these chapter by chapter, but try to make it succinct. So chapter 1, the changes were made to simplify the language and to clarify the process. We moved the section that used to be in chapter 2 that talked about flexibility for less visible facades. That was in chapter 2 for some reason. We moved it to chapter 1 because that's where it really should live. We didn't really change the content of it, just moved it. We also rearranged the chapter for more consistent flow because it was a little bit herky-jerky. One of the things that we did for chapter 1 is the design review by the LPC page, which is now page 11. So we changed a few of these numbers in here, and I wanted to clarify what those are. So for number 2, we added non-contributing buildings as an exemption to things that might have to go to the Landmark Preservation Commission. So these are projects that are readily visible from public vantage points other than fencing and minor site work that meets the design guidelines, except properties that are non-contributing. And so previously it was not clear that that was an exception. We also clarified what new construction means in number 4. We've had some people who said that all new construction doesn't mean accessory dwelling units or tandem houses. So if they're not visible, but they do. So we are just clarifying that it's all primary structures, tandem houses, and accessory dwelling units, but it doesn't include garages if they meet the guidelines. We clarified exceptions for city-owned buildings. It used to say publicly owned. We changed that to city-owned because it's to say what, you know, the University of Colorado might, or, you know, other publicly owned properties. So we changed it to city-owned property and then had an exception for work that would otherwise qualify as a landmark quick review. So re-roofing, simple electrical, simple mechanical, things like that, because those go to you all, and it seems like a lot of time and effort for staff and for you all to review when it's something that would generally be something we would have approved. And then there's always been a question about what about Denver Public Schools? Are they city-owned? Are they not? We added number 11 to clarify that major alterations or additions to properties owned by Denver Public Schools that are individual landmarks or contributing buildings to the historic district. So if they're doing really minor work during the summer when school's out, that would not go to you all. But if it's something that's an addition or a major change to one of those historic buildings, that would go to you all. And that has been the general practice that we have followed. So chapter 2, we added some new guidelines. Those are 2.24, 2.27, and 2.36. And we shifted the numbering accordingly. So if you do a comparison of the existing guidelines and what we're proposing now, the numbers are off. We updated guidelines, some of the guidelines here. I will go through some of these just to summarize them. We have photos, captions, some new drawings of typical historic doors. And by the way, all of the new drawings were done by Jessie White. She did a great job. Well done. A lot of photos were from Crystal and from Brittany and I and several staff members. So great job there. And we have new drawings of solar location. So this is 2.18, 2.19, and 2.20. These were revised for window. These are window guidelines, and these are revised to provide more specificity because applicants keep telling us, just tell me what you want me to do instead of having to read between the lines. So that's what we did. For 2.23 and 2.24, we clarified the materials for replacement of historic doors in 2.23, and our guidelines were oddly missing anything about replacing non-historic doors or missing historic doors, and so we added a section there. Roofing, we clarified the replacement materials for replacement of historic roofs, which is was guideline or is guideline 2.26. But we also added a new guideline for replacement of non-historic roofing materials, which also was oddly missing from our guidelines. Again, with more specificity about appropriate materials because we have been asked by the public, by many applicants for that specificity. For solar, this is the area that is more of an overhaul. So we revised the main solar guideline, which is 2.35. And then we created a new guideline 2.36 to provide additional guidance about solar installation. And we provided new drawings that show what we're talking about on page 45. The content of these changed guidelines and additional guidelines are things that you all have seen before. We really just did a little bit of minor wordsmithing based on comments you all had on August 2nd. Why I'm not going into all of this with great detail. So chapter 3, we moved one of the guidelines largely because it fit better on that page, but also made more sense in that location. We updated the guideline 3.3. We added some guidelines 3.6 and 3.7, and then again, pictures, captions, drawings, that kind of thing. So for this one, we moved, it used to be guideline 3.4. We moved it to 3.2 because it seemed to fit better on that page, but also it was more logical in that location to us. And then guideline 3.3 was revised. We added materials guidelines, and previously this guideline talked about materials and windows, and so we just took that stuff out. Speaking of windows and materials, we added 3.6 about new materials, and we added drawings from Jessie again. And we revised guideline 3.7, which is about doors and windows, and added drawings there. So we beefed these up. These used to reference more about infill, and
now they are. This is more of a standalone document, which is great. Chapter 4, we moved guidelines 4.7 to 4.6 because, again, this was one of those that just is out of order and fit better on that page. And then we updated some of these guidelines. I'll go through them specifically. So here's the one, 4.6 is about roof form, and it was behind materials that didn't really make a lot of sense where it was. Now we have one, so 4.7, we revised this one. This is about materials. It's moved up to 4.7 now. And then the window guidelines have been revised as well. Drawings have been added here. These should be consistent across additions and infill construction now. Accessory structures. So I know there's a lot of discussion about this, and this is something that came up a lot in public comment, is 4.18 and 4.19. You all wanted us to really redo these. We're going to do that in one of the phases. We're just not going to do it right now. The only change to these is that they said secondary structures. We changed to accessory structures, which is what these are according to the zoning code. And we wanted that for consistency. So that's really the only change to the page on the left, 4.18 and 4.19. We added guideline 4.20 about materials to be consistent with additions and infill construction as well. And then we added guideline 4.21 about sheds, and we revised 4.34, which was about solar, just to make it more compatible with the guidelines in chapter 2 about solar. So 5, a bunch of new pictures and stuff. There's a lot of consolidation on this one, and so if you compare the existing adopted guidelines and the proposed guidelines, they are quite different, but generally similar in content, because we took out stuff that we didn't have purview over. There's a lot of that. So guidelines 5.1 through 5.3 and 5.6 through 5.8 were revised and consolidated and simplified to better reflect what the purview of landmark preservation staff and the commission is. So we took out stuff about vegetation. With guidelines 5.6, we revised this to provide greater flexibility for rear yard fences. We differentiated in 5.7 and 5.8, we differentiated individual landmarks from buildings in historic districts for retaining walls, so that they have different requirements and much more flexibility for those in historic districts. We have new drawings showing what we're meaning on page 109. Yay! Lighting, the lighting chapter was lighting section was kind of all over the place, and so these have been consolidated and simplified. So 5.16 through 5.19 are now simplified and consolidated and have new pictures as well. And then here's the rest of them. All right, chapter 6 is mostly just kind of typos and layout stuff. So I'm not going to go into those. This is all from the staff report, so a couple of new pictures. One of the things we fixed is that it talks about projecting signs, and we differentiated between projecting shaped signs and projecting blade signs, which shaped are required in D zone districts. So that's downtown, lower downtown, and a few other areas. Blade signs are allowed in all the other zone districts, and that was not super clear as to what we were talking about in this chapter. We didn't touch Appendix A, which is the character defining features that have been published for 12 of our historic districts. The only change is the footer. But Appendix B was originally a placeholder for a style guide coming soon. And after many years, it never came soon. So we changed this to the Alma Lincoln Park Historic Cultural District Customized Design Guidelines. These were adopted by you previously. The only things that we did here are we changed some of the guideline numbers to reflect the updated guideline numbers in the chapters 2, 4, and 5, which so that it wasn't confusing to people when they're trying to reference. And then we added representative photos of the districts throughout. So they're not captioned, they're not showing exactly what's on the page. It's just representative photos, so people have a good sense of what the district looks like. And chapter 6, our appendix C, is also, we didn't touch that. That's the glossary, just had a footer change for the date.
This was, public notification per the Denver Revised Municipal Code requirements for rulemaking, was sent out by the clerk and recorder on, October 11th. Yes, October 11th, of 2022, which met the requirements for rulemaking. It was published in the Daily Journal announcing this public hearing. Since that time, we have had a few edits that we noticed needed to be made, both from staff and from the city attorney's office. And so we had a few recommended copy edits that were to make things a little clearer that are in the staff report. So with that would be good too. Questions?
I can think of it. So if, this is kind of procedural, every time guidelines will be changed, the whole document will be updated. So we don't have to deal with sort of omit this and that.
Correct.
Okay. So the document dated November 1 will be the new guidelines in total when and if it's approved by the council.
No, these would just go to you all.
So if we
you
do it
approve them,
today, it's effective.
it's effective when the city attorney and Kelly sign it.
Okay.
Is that correct, Nate? I'm hoping that that's correct. Effective date for this would be when the city attorney signs it and the LPC chair signs it. That's correct.
Okay, and then I got one question about solar panels. I noticed there's one diagram on page 45 about
This one.
yes, and it's the one about the I think it's actually a cross cable condition.
Which one are we talking about?
The one second from the left on the bottom row.
This one here?
Yeah.
Side gable roof?
It says solar installation on a hip roof.
Oh, the titles are below.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Anyway, what my question was about was that I've seen installations with the solar panels on the front that are acceptable because of symmetry and so forth. Will this allow that at our discretion or not at all? And if it doesn't allow it, can a future change that we can come to some agreement be made regarding that?
Yes, that's a great question. So I moved back to this page, so I'm looking at 2.35 for those of you following at home and those of you in person who can't see it. So 2.35A, it says avoid installing solar panel on the front facing roof plane of a primary structure. And that was something that you all had a lot of debate about and staff had a lot of debate about. We added when the front facing roof plane of a primary structure is oriented to the south and when the main solar access for the structure is on the front facing roof plane, the Landmark Preservation Commission will review proposals for solar panels on the front to ensure the panels do not negatively impact the structure's character defining features.
That's great.
So the drawings we did here are for staff approval, basically, like the areas shown in the dark areas are areas that we can approve administratively if these guidelines are.
Good.
I had one more solar panel question.
Great.
And back to the slide that you were on, in the third picture from the left on page 43 that has a caption under it.
Yep.
Has a check mark that says in the caption that these panels are not 3 feet back. And it's showing a side gable or, a side facing roof plane, which is correct within the 3 foot. I wasn't sure if that is confusing or not, or that was.
It's supposed to be an X. So in the staff report, that was one of the, oops, we messed that one up. Please fix that one when you adopt this.
Perfect.
Wow, took that example.
No, it's a good example of placement, but sure, I'll get.
I also realized I didn't address Mary's comment. If the whole point of this is to make these iterative so that in a year, if we realize something's not working, we can bring another update back to you all for additional changes because you think that there should be greater flexibility for things or clarifications or things like that.
If it's even just one particular guideline.
Yes,
Okay.
it just means you guys have to adopt the whole document.
So having read the comments that we received from Historic Denver and their concern for making things too prescriptive, I guess as we were looking through these previous times that we've had these conversations during discussion items, it's my understanding that there's still leeway in interpretation. We're just trying to document what applicants have struggled to understand from us, right? So it's not that everything is black and white, and I'm kind of generalizing. I mean, otherwise we'd have to literally dissect each one of these. But I just want to make sure, you know, from our perspective, the way I read them, I didn't think that we were taking away flexibility, because there are still unique circumstances by property, right? It's just that there are a lot of things that were kind of unwritten, that were discussions that applicants didn't know about until they came, and it was frustrating for them to learn about. Is that right? And did anyone, well, maybe that's deliberation.
Yes.
But,
Yes.
okay. But I just wanted to make sure staff didn't feel like these got more restrictive.
That's correct. We don't feel they're more restricted. They're just more, they're clearer, and hopefully this will give applicants guidance so that they can read it and understand what their options are, as opposed to having to read between the lines.
Sure. And I think the diagrams do that. Add a diagram. Okay. Sorry, we'll talk about that in deliberation. Any other questions for staff? Right. Then open it up for public comments. Yep. Is there anyone on the line, or
Shannon raised her hand. Yep. Do we have anyone in person?
do we have any in-person comments? No? Okay.
All right. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to share the 3-minute timer. And Shannon, you are first. So Heidi, do you want to remind me about her? Oh, thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Great. My name is Shannon Stage, and I am the manager of grants and preservation services at Historic Denver. As you all know, we are a preservation nonprofit here in the city of Denver, and we're located at 1420 Ogden Street in Denver. First, I wanted to thank Landmark staff for their hard work on updating the guidelines and phases to continue to better serve the community. Historic Denver did participate in the public process starting last November in this phase 1 design guideline update, and provided comments on the draft design guidelines in May of this year, which were attached to our comments for today's hearing as well. After reviewing the current draft, we do remain a little concerned with the extent of the prescriptive or specific language, which may exacerbate unintended consequences of the 2014-16 design guideline update, while also not addressing flexibility. The 2014-16 design guideline update also added more detail that has led to some frustration on the part of owners in longtime districts that we have heard from in our organization, and decreased flexibility to identify site and context specific solutions. Adding too much prescriptive or specific language in the spirit of clarity can take away some design creativity and the ability to adapt over time. We believe more prescriptive language lends itself to more complexity, as every property is not a one-size-fits-all, even when a neighborhood has consistent context. Allowing for some flexibility on options can be achieved in the process if the intent is clear, based on outcomes and simple criteria providing some parameters. But using guidelines for approvals that are too prescriptive makes it more difficult for owners of these amazing assets to maintain them in a way that keeps up with modern technologies and creative design solutions. Through prescribing details, this eliminates the Landmark staff and you as commissioners from being able to consider possible new technologies that could be good alternative materials for buildings in the future. You, together with the city preservation staff, do a great job with design review. You continue to guide our historic resources into the future, even more so if the guidelines allow for options based on outcomes and to lean on your expertise. Overall, we would encourage the guidelines to focus more on intended outcomes and less on specific design prescriptions, which will increase the ability to adapt and allow for more applications across different historic contexts and districts with diverse character defining features. And I also am happy to answer questions on our stance or our letter or our initial comments submitted in May as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Ozzy, you are next.
Hi there, my name is Ozzy Friedrich at 528 West First Avenue. While I'm involved with the Baker neighborhood, the neighborhood has not voted on any motions relative to the proposed new guidelines in the most recent draft, so I'm representing myself in these comments. I think it's very exciting to be at this point. I'm glad that Jennifer noted the concerns that we've articulated a number of times about the changes to the ADU guidelines, where we are really eagerly awaiting the part of the process where we can work on the ADU guidelines directly and kind of in a focused way. And I'm very excited to see that that's actually scheduled for phase 2 of the process. I think Historic Denver's critique just now was quite fascinating. Though I personally don't feel like it applies as much to this phase of the guidelines and might be best to bring to phases 2 and 3 of the guidelines revisions, where we will be working on a lot of the most key items that could be excessively prescriptive and how the guidelines impact design right now. Talking about the ADUs, this is a very minor thing. There is an illustration of an ADU on page 91 with the check mark, meaning do it like this. And that would probably be the last ADU in the city that I would want to be used as a positive example for people to take into their ADU design processes. But a comment like that, if this is the point at which the commission is ready to vote on the guidelines, I would actually just urge the commission to move forward with the design guidelines update, both because we really need the new solar guidelines right now as soon as possible. And then also it would be great to move on to phases 2 and 3, where we're going to be digging into the most interesting and important revisions that we'll be taking on. Thanks so much.
What? 91. Okay, I was looking at 81.
Yeah, and that's it. Thank you. All right, we have Joshua. Fine. Okay.
There we go. I'm on mute.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
All right. This will be really brief. It's actually more of a dumb question than a comment, but the comment is thanks for undertaking this work. We are also a Baker household. We came before you a couple of years ago for an ADU. Appreciate this work. We've been eager to move forward on solar, and I think this update is critical. And if this is not a question that the panel can answer because this is public comment, I understand, but is it my understanding that this is rulemaking such that these become effective once approved here by this body, or does this have to go to the city council as well? So that's my only question. Thanks again for your work here, and we're looking forward to the updates.
Thank you.
Thanks. Could we get your name and address real fast?
Oh, yeah. So my name is Josh Weiss, W-E-I-S-S. Sam. Ozzy was our architect and is a spectacular architect. And we're at 139 West Ellsworth Avenue.
Sorry, I missed that amongst the catch up between you and Ozzy. Can you say your address again?
No problem. We're at 139 West Ellsworth Avenue.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're disrupting the landmarks.
Okay. Sorry, everybody, we accidentally muted ourselves. Okay, is that all of the public comments?
We did have one hand raised, but that's a residual, let me limit it. And anyone else, last call? Okay.
Any recap based on the
No, the comment about the ADU on page 91 is in Curtis Park, and that would only apply for Curtis Park, so maybe we'll look for a different photo for that. That's a good call.
And so if we were to, do we need to add like a condition in our motion if we were going to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And then Joshua had that question about rulemaking. So once we approve this, does this have, so go to city council?
It does not. It's rulemaking, so it just goes to you all for approval and adoption, and once Kelly, the chair, and the city attorney sign it, it is in effect.
We just wanted to note that the photo for that, it isn't saying that you should build it like that. It's specifically referring to materials. Because that's the only thing we updated for accessory structures. Yeah.
Compatible material cladding.
Okay.
Okay. And it's just showing siding, flat siding.
We didn't update anything about form. Yeah. We didn't update anything about form.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. So that photo on page 91 is just referring to appropriate cladding material because the ADUs will be addressed in a future update. So, okay. Great. Let's move into deliberation. What is everybody? Oh, I will close the public hearing. Let's forget that.
I was just going to comment on Historic Denver's concern about flexibility versus specificity. And I understand that majority of comments that have come from former applicants is that they prefer clarity, which results in specificity. And flexibility is desirable, but very difficult to convey intended outcomes without more specifics. It's a dilemma that doesn't really have a clear solution. I was thinking about taking to the extreme, the building code could say, make a building safe, be done with it. And then everybody's arguing about what is safe. I know that's an extreme, but that's kind of the essence of the issue between flexibility and specificity. I think the effort that's been put into this so far, I think, achieves the best balance between those. It can be achieved at the moment. I do have a kind of a request that from organizations like Historic Denver in the future, if they could actually, in their comments, refer to a specific guideline that they have difficulty rather than general, because it would certainly help both the commission and staff to address it.
So, and I will say, in Historic Denver's letter, they did not reference specific guidelines, the letter from John Lucero.
Right.
But the email from Shannon Stage did. And I did find that to be helpful. She did kind of point out.
I agree.
So that was helpful.
Hopefully I'm still on the board of trustees tomorrow.
Well, at least you're clearly not biased due to it, so that's good.
Yeah, I guess I can jump in, kind of related to that point. It seems that part of flexibility that happens is by sending things to commission for review, and so it seems that process is actually a pretty good balanced process, because obviously there are quite a lot of applications, and if we had to review more than do, that would be, I would say, an extremely onerous amount of time to request from commission.
And applicants.
And applicants as well, yeah. And it would take, applicants longer or want to just are willing to do sort of administratively approvable, things.
Yeah, I agree with Larry. I think it's really, I feel like this will help our applicants. Because it's really hard as a commissioner to send people home after they've conditionally approved it and they have to go back to the zoning board. It is, I understand because symptoms, so I would support. As the parents.
I agree. I think those are both really good points. I think there is kind of a balance. There's more specifics, but there's also language allowing for flexibility where needed. And Larry, as you said, that's where it kind of comes down to, is it administratively reviewed or does it come to the commission? So I'm comfortable with them as written. I know staff has done a great deal of work putting these together and listened to a lot of different parties to get to this point, and I think it's a good balance that you've struck. So thank you for your time. And the graphics look great.
Yeah.
I know your InDesign file was a mess.
Yeah. More than a mess. There are a couple of things we're fixing on the graphics.
Yeah, just background.
Yeah, background issues, but they're fixed.
Well, if there are no,
I'd just like to make a huge shout out to staff for the clarification improvements to solar requirements. As we all know, that's my hot button. Thank you for making great progress.
And I just want to say thank you all to the public who have applied for solar and are just waiting for tomorrow or whenever this goes into effect that we can issue their approval. We have a lot just sitting there waiting. So much.
Before we make a motion, when is the like mechanical equipment issue going to be looked at? What phase of review is the chapter on mechanical equipment and so forth on a historic property?
Probably the next phase, because we're doing alterations to historic buildings. Yeah.
One of the big concerns there is with the whole city ordinance about electrification, there's going to be there's going to be a lot of heat pump installations that in some cases are going to be challenging.
We get a lot of them already.
great. Who would like to make the motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion. I move to adopt the updated design guidelines for Denver landmark structures and districts dated November 1, 2022, with the changes noted in the staff report as per presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
I'll second.
Thank you, Grant, for seconding, and Julie for the motion. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Great. Motion passes unanimously. So that's the last of our public hearings today. So now we're going to move into our design review project.
It's 3 o'clock. Do you want to just take your short right now, and, or do you want to do it until after the first one? What's your?
We could do it now. People normally request it 2 hours. Feel the bathroom break? All right, let's take a quick bathroom break. And thank you everyone for your patience. We'll be back.
Hold on, I'm going to resume recording. Okay, being recorded again.
All right.
You want this camera on? Yeah. Hold on, let me.
What are you, Abby?
Not that I wanted it. Unflattering. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine without it. I was just asking. Did it work? Or no? I have to ask you to do it from here. Oh, it suited me to the meeting. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm not in a meeting anymore. I mean, this is on the meeting that I. There we go. It should pop up. Does that work? Okay, great. Great.
Okay. And then recording.
Yep.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We will get started with our design review project. So the process is up on the screen. It's very similar to what we just went through with the public hearing. I'll go ahead and announce the project. Staff will introduce the application, provide their recommendation, upon which we'll hear from the applicant, and then open it up for public comment. Once we've heard from the public, we'll move into deliberation or submission and vote. So the first project we have on the agenda today is 2022-COA-474 at 3025 Newton Street.
Working on it. There we go. Okay. Is that working? No? I'll do it. I got it. There you go. Just tell me. Okay, great. Okay, so this is a review for design detail for an infill single-family residence within the Wolf Lake District. So as you can see here, the proposed infill draws inspiration from Foursquare residences within the Wolf Lake Historic District. Features drawn from the district's Foursquare residences include the hipped roof with deep overhanging eaves, hip-roof dormer centered on the facade, full-width porch with a hipped roof, boxy form, and its side chimney. Staff finds that this design is a successful simplified version of a Foursquare. Many aspects of the design replicate that of a Foursquare closely, and most of the materials proposed are traditional, including the brick cladding, wood shiplap siding at the dormer, wood trim, and a front porch supported by wood posts and enclosed with a brick wall with a stone cap. The distinctions between this infill and a historic Foursquare example are subtle. The staff still finds the design to be compatible with the neighborhood while being identifiable as new construction. Items that distinguish it as contemporary include the flat roof side porch, sliding glass doors with a side porch, and brick detailing. So here in this detail, you can see that front porch as well as that side porch with the sliding doors. You can also see some brick detailing, and it also helps to distinguish the building. You can see there just under the eave line, there's also a brick string course. So you see there the materials listed. So it will have a modular brick in a grayish beigeish color, wood shiplap siding at the dormer with a 5-inch reveal. Windows will be fiberglass, and the trim will be wood, and the doors will be a combination of wood and fiberglass. So here's the material details. You can see there the brick is kind of a multi-tone brick, but still staff felt fairly neutral. Other details there. So for the windows, the applicant is proposing to use casement windows, but is proposing then to use windows that have a horizontal divider to give the appearance of a double hung window. It is a design that Landmark has allowed other times in the past, as long as that horizontal divider meets our requirements as far as both being on the exterior and having an internal spacer bar, and here that the applicant has submitted those details as well. So staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. Sorry, I just took a bite. Are there any questions for staff? No. All right. Is the applicant present?
And then the applicant does have a presentation. Okay.
It's not it, it's behind it. Don't get worried that I'm putting someone else.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Oh. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Great.
So please start with your name and address for the record. You'll have up to 10 minutes, but give us just a second to get the timer up. Or could we not?
Okay. So,
We won't talk for
do you want me to-
anywhere near 10 minutes, so it's okay if I can't see it.
I'm still gonna do a timer, but you,
we'll tell you when you're getting close. How's that?
That's totally fine. Yeah, so I'm Tom Hunt. This is our house, so we have the address 3025 Newton Street. I think my wife Margaret might be on the phone. She had to drive. She's like right in the time when she had to drive home from work right now, so she's just listening. I'm somewhat bummed I didn't pay enough attention to realize that it's in person, because I feel like over the past couple of years we've gotten to know each other fairly well through lots of conversations, and it's all been virtual because of the pandemic. So I missed my chance to come in and say hi in person. Apologize for that, but thanks, Abby, for the presentation, for all the help you've given us along the way. We have a presentation, and Jen, I don't know if you're able to get it up, you can flip through it, but I won't go through it all just because I think Abby's presentation covered it, and basically just showing details around the comparison houses we had, and then some of our thought process around it. And I'm happy to answer any questions about it, but basically we referred to all of the same comparison houses. And as she said, we are using a bit of a different brick. They're all kind of a flat red, and then a couple of the different openings that are different, but still take inspiration from the historic district. Same thing with the string coursing on the brick, that it's not the same as anything else within the district, but is a concept that's there. So I think that's all pretty well covered. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's it. I know you guys have a busy calendar, maybe I'll just stop there and see if you have questions that would be helpful for me to talk through, rather than me repeating what Abby said.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
I just have one quick question. What was your reason for using casement windows with the horizontal mull instead of double hungs?
Yeah, I believe part of it was entry size, and our architect, Nick Young, is not available today, and so I can't have him speak to that, but I think part of it was making sure that we had enough size for, I guess there's like egress requirements, safety requirements, and it was easier to do that with casement. That was really the main reason, I believe.
Thank you, that's what I suspected.
Yeah, because we wanted to just have a consistent window across the entire house. So, some of them I think are big enough to have the, whatever it is, single hung, double hung, but some of them were kind of close. And so we figured let's do casement for all of them with the simulated divided light.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question, and maybe it's something that your architect needs to address. It has to do with the vertical, I think it's called soldier courses. And it's just a little unclear to me how it is adhering to the building. And maybe that's just a friendly comment. Architect can answer at some point.
Yeah, so just to make sure I'm understanding, and I'll go back and ask him, you're saying the vertical string coursing, how that's adhering?
Exactly, because that it's shown in one of your details, 2 on your sheet 13. It's a little unclear how it's actually attached to the building, and there's no window detail. I think that's also at the head of a lot of the second floor windows, so it's just a little unclear to me. And again, that's just maybe a friendly comment for your architect to clarify. But looks like a very nice project.
Thanks for the heads up. I'll definitely ask him. We certainly want everything to adhere to the house, so it's helpful.
Great. Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you for your time, Tom.
Thank you.
We'll open it up for public comments. Is there anyone who would like to make comments on this project? Please use the hand raise button at this time. Who would like to? I assume everyone in person is here for a project. Oh, okay.
And we're not seeing any hands raised at all, so.
All right. Okay, let's move into deliberation. What's the big thoughts? And Anne, I don't know if you want to start since you have some.
Oh, actually, I think this is a very successful project, and I agree with the staff report, and I think it's both simple, but it's got enough detail in it to make it identifiable as contemporary architecture. I think it's really well done. I do have a question about that vertical brick, because right now it looks like it's sort of pasted on, and my friendly comment is that I think actually the reason I say that is because in its current format, I think that you would probably see an angle going all the way around underneath the building, and that is probably not what the, what is the intent of the design. So I would just say, you know, maybe it needs to be pulled back a little bit or something like that, but it's a very nice project, and I agree with the staff report that it meets the requirements.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think you were referencing picture 2 on A13, is that right?
Yeah, something on A13.
Yeah.
6 also has it.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems, all of the window details, even though I think a huge number of the window details are actually set in both on the head and on the sill to that detail. So I think that's another reason why you sort of want to know where you're going with it. But it's not just the banding, it's also the way it meets the head and the sill.
In case the window, a window there, makes sense, but all the way around the base.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Exactly.
You want to speak up, please? Then quiet.
Yes. I don't have anything to add other than this has been a long and winding road. I know for the applicant started with an intent, literally, but I think having not been a part of the initial mass forming context, but the staff report.
Yeah, sounds like we're all in agreement. I guess my only question is, are those detailing issues, since they're not necessarily about the design, we're approving the design, do we need to make any conditions on getting those details updated, or are the friendly comments enough and they'll get that sorted out for permitting, you know?
Suspect when building department, if you look at that, they'll make some comments about how it needs to be constructed, and then if it changes the design, they'll come back to some portion.
Yeah, good point. Carrie, okay, so then if we reach consensus, who would like to make a motion?
We could make a motion. Madam Chair, I move to approve application 2022-COA-475, design detail of the proposed infill at 3025 Newton as per design guidelines 4.3, 4.5, 4.6, 4.8, and 4.16. Character defining features of the Wolf Place Historic District. Presented testimonies, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff.
Yeah.
Second.
All right. Call for vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? All right. Motion passes unanimously and the project is approved. So congratulations and good luck. All right. Next project is up for design review 2022-COA-468 at 2441 West 35th Avenue.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, leave me down. I don't want to. I don't think we need a different location for this camera.
All right, so it's just, there you go. Yep. Sorry. All right.
So this is 2441 West 35th Avenue, constructed in 1890, and is a contributing building to the Potter Highlands Historic District. The applicant is requesting to construct an ADU, demolish the existing non-historic rear porch, and construct a new porch in its place, replace windows and doors, and replace deteriorated wood shingles in the gable end of the primary structure.
Do it.
So the proposed ADU will be 13 feet 5 inches by 12 feet 6 inches and will be 24. The ADU will have a 2-story gable section clad in asphalt shingle and a 1-story flat roof section clad in EPDM membrane roofing. The 2-story portion of the ADU will be clad in decorative wood shingle, and the 1-story portion of the building will be clad in a blonde brick blend. The applicant has not provided information on the specific brick blend and will need to do so before approval can be granted. The ADU will feature
feature wood, one over one single hung windows. The applicant will need to provide a section drawing showing that the windows will be inset a minimum of 2 inches in at the lower sash in the wall. The ADU will have service doors that will be full light wood doors, and the garage doors will be wood flush panel doors. A cut sheet will be needed for both of those door types for sheet. The picture here is site elevation showing that ADU in relation to the primary structure. As you can see, it will be below in height to the primary structure and setbacks from the primary structure. And pictured here are some additional renderings so you can get an idea of what that shingle siding will look like and the lawn bricks will look like. Next slide. The applicant is also proposing to demolish the non-historic front porch. Apologies, I said rear porch before, front porch. And we'll be constructing a new porch in its place. The new porch or the proposed porch roof and railing is based off of evidence found in the neighborhood of other porches. So the applicant will be using existing historic context to draw from in the construction of the new porch. Staff also felt that this porch design was very simple in form and material, so felt that it did not have a negative impact on the historic structure itself. The applicant is proposing to replace 13 non-historic windows and 2 non-historic doors. The applicant has identified 10 window types on the building, including paired single hung, and awning windows, and then fixed windows. The applicant is proposing to replace the existing windows with new wood windows to fit the existing rough openings with little to no infill around the windows. The applicant was able to find one original door to the house. However, it is beyond full repair. You can see photographs in the far upper right corner there of the slide showing the condition of that door. But how the applicant is using this door to draw from and selecting new doors and then selecting half light with panel doors for the new doors. The applicant is also proposing to replace damaged concrete stairs on the east elevation with matching concrete stairs. The applicant is proposing to replace the existing asphalt shingle roof with a new asphalt shingle roof in the color here. And then I had also mentioned that there was some shingle that was going to be replaced. I believe I've spoken correctly that they're going to repair that, but you may ask the applicant more specific on that when they're up. So Landmark staff is recommending conditional approval of the application, citing guidelines 4.6 and 4.8 with the following conditions: that the applicant provide information on the proposed brick color for the ADU, that the applicant provides drawings showing that the ADU windows will be inset in the wall 2 inches lower sash, and that the applicant provide cut sheets for the proposed ADU doors. Staff did provide this report to the applicant prior to the meeting, and the applicants reached out to staff to let them know that they are willing to meet those conditions if put in place by the commission. Finally, Highland United Neighbors did review the proposed ADU on August 31st, 2022. The RNO provided comments of support for the proposal. A copy of the RNO comments are included in your application.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? All right. The applicant present.
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, great. Hi,
Go
this
ahead.
is Ben Heppy from AB Studio Architects. And I just kind of want to echo basically everything Jesse just said about the proposed ADU at 2441 West 35th Avenue. As far as where we drew the massing from, just in kind of support of the context, is that it was really derived from kind of a combination of the existing home with its steeply pitched gable roof, which is pretty common from a lot of those historic homes actually in the neighborhood, combined with kind of a traditional historic garage aesthetic in Denver, which is a one-story brick, flat roof, kind of low profile building. So it's a combination of both. And then you see what we have there. We tried to keep the footprint of the ADU within the existing extents of the walls of the existing house, so not to draw any attention to it from the street. And then the materials are derived from the existing house as well. Kind of a, more simple in the detailing, but brick at the lower portion encompassing the garage. We do have the blend picked out, which is the Victorian blend. It's kind of a blonde and ash gray blend from Summit Brick. And then the highly decorative Victorian shingles are drawn from the existing gable ends on the house itself. And then we're trying to have some fun with the colors, as you see in those colored elevations that were included in the packet. We do plan to meet all the conditions. It was more just not getting that info in there with the application. Like I said, the brick blend is we've picked out and have that ready to go. The details are drawn for the windows in the wall. They're actually, the lower sash is set 3 inches back from the face brick. So those will be provided, and as well as the cut sheets for the exterior doors on the ADU, the garage, and the entrance doors. So that's really all I have. No additional slides, just sort of echoing what was included in the letter from the neighborhood organization and Jesse's comments. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? I just have one question, and that is, sorry if I missed it, but the door at the existing rear addition that's being replaced, it looks like, not shown in the drawings, but in the photos, it looks like there's an arch top to that door. And, but the door itself is not arched. Is that going to be the same condition? Or?
Yeah, the arch top and some of the windows are similar too, where there's an infill panel for that arched top that's set back from the face brick, but the door itself is got a, orthogonal straight cut top.
And it looks like, if I'm looking at the right photo, I think so, there's some spray foam insulation that's exposed at that door. Is that going to be covered up with some wood?
Yes.
Or trim? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. That door, that's kind of, the whole rear area is in kind of bad shape. And that door, it appears that it was sort of infilled into the existing masonry opening. So the existing masonry opening is wider than that existing door. That's kind of just a vinyl, off the shelf type door. And I think a previous owner must have installed that and then infilled the gap between the new frame and the existing masonry opening with some spray foam. So yes, we plan to remediate that, and the door that's sized is to fill with the new frame in the existing masonry opening.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you for your time. Is there anyone on the line who would like to make a comment on this project? If so, use the hand raise button at this time.
We're the only phones, yeah, okay. No one else is by phone. I don't see any hands being raised, so, okay, stop sharing.
Great, then let's, any recap? Let's move into deliberation. Commissioners, how do you feel this meets the guidelines?
Fine project. Don't see anything that would be a problem with the guidelines. I do have a question on suggested motion. Doesn't seem to include the conditions.
Yeah, I saw that too, so we'll have to add the conditions to it. The recommendation is right above of what the conditions are, so I think we'll just have to add that to the end of it.
Yeah, I see they're there, but not in
the motion. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Busy week.
Actually, I have a question about guideline 4.18, located in a garage or secondary structure to reinforce the surrounding historic development. This is sort of an unusual design with the shifted garage. And I need a little bit louder. Yeah, I think it's a very unusual design with the shifted garage that is called out in brick, and then the insistence of the domestic part being this very exuberant siding. And I have to say, it does not look to me like it's reinforcing a surrounding historic development pattern. Because really, when you're looking at this, the house is on top of the garage. It's not sort of shifted side to side. And so, and I just would ask the other, commissioners what they think. It's just sort of unusual calling out of an organization that we don't generally see.
You are right, it is definitely very unique. I feel like it still meets the guideline in its siting, that it is at the rear and at the alley. But it's a much more contemporary interpretation of the traditional form that we see. I thought it still met the guidelines because I thought it still kind of references back to the materials you find, and it just seems to be kind of a contemporary interpretation, if you will. So I was okay with it personally.
Well, I think we've actually approved something like this as an ADU as different district probably. And I hear what you're saying, but when it comes to the wide variety of ADU design we see, I think this fits the development pattern as well as many others that are maybe simpler in character. Actually a little postmodern in a way that you have these sort of intersecting shapes. So I think if I had a difficulty with it, it's taking the fish scale shingles all the way to the ground. But I'm not sure. I mean, that's kind of a design aesthetic preference. I don't think the guidelines give us a foot to stand on to object to that.
I think we've seen the same challenge where the garage already existed as opposed to choosing to insert the garage there. But I agree. The guidelines, it reinforces some of those existing conditions we've seen in other places.
Yeah.
Maybe it'd be different if it was more visible from the public right of way. Yeah, I think that's being at the rear. That's good. Sorry, Larry.
No, I just think that it brings up an interesting point about, how, there are cases of carriage houses and things of that scale at the rear of lots in a lot of these districts, but for the most part, these ADUs are something that are quite a bit larger in general and have slightly different functionality requirements. So the historic patterns are somewhat, contrasted by putting in an ADU in many ways. And I think this is a successful resolution to me that meets the guidelines.
And what did everyone think about a plan of the front porch? And it looks like it kind of, like the slab may kind of over, now I'm struggling to find the sheet that it's on. Does anybody find the sheet where the floor plan of that front porch and how the railings intersect? Oh, I see it. A1.4 is the sheet. I was just wondering if we maybe need clarification on where those guardrails meet the home. They're not, or maybe it's just a friendly comment to the applicant. It just looks like they're really close to the corner, and I'm kind of wondering how those get secured, not damage the brick. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, it's just a little tough to tell on there, but I think I'm comfortable with that being a friendly comment to you all. Are the conditions clear enough is my question. I mean, the applicant did mention that they already have a brick blend selected. I was trying to Google it, but are we comfortable? I mean, typically our conditions need to be something that are very clear, so when they come back to staff, it's a yes or no. And, sorry, Jesse, did you have something else?
Well, it does say there's brick blend. I haven't looked up that brick blend because I didn't have that information on hand, but yeah, we'll keep in mind what the commission typically requires from brick, and that is a tumbled edge and that it's a consistent color throughout, so that it doesn't get false into the street.
Sure. So, yeah, I guess my question is just, are we comfortable with that being going back to staff, not really reviewing what that integral color is?
The Victorian that was mentioned is a blonde that's not tumbled, so.
Okay.
Whether or not that, color variation.
Summit Brick told me that they didn't have anything with that name.
So I guess according to, not according to a phone call you made just by Googling it.
Yes.
We'll know what you're talking about.
Yes, no phone call, it's just a Google, so. Your Google search was more fruitful.
On their website.
Yep.
I mean, I think that the brick condition, based on lots of precedent, the doors to match the architectural elevation seems reasonable. To achieve that, as a typical window, are all conditions I'm comfortable with.
Great.
It doesn't.
Don't feel better now. Just don't use their search tool because it'll tell you it doesn't.
We try a motion?
Yep. let's
All
go.
right, Madam Chair, I move to conditionally approve application 2022-COA-468 for the construction of an ADU and alterations to the primary house at 2441 West 35th Avenue, as per design guidelines 4.6, 4.8, character defining features for the Potter Highlands Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following conditions: that window inset into the wall plane be confirmed at 2 inches or greater per design guidelines. Cut sheets for the doors matching the architectural elevation to be provided to Landmark staff, and call out for the new brick to be provided to Landmark staff.
Thanks, Fran. Do we have a second? I'll second that. Thank you, Julie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, motion passes unanimously. And the project is conditionally approved, so you can work with staff to meet those conditions. Okay, the next project we have on review is project number 2022-COA-472, 1115 Oak Street, Evans School.
This is one, Kelly.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
need
review just a look.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The record shows Graham is refusing, he's going out in the hallway, and we'll get him after the project is or is completed.
Okay, so our next project is the phase 2 design details for the Evans School, which is an individual landmark in the Golden Triangle neighborhood. Here, we have the site plan. This project has been scaled back somewhat from the initial phase 1 submittal, and I will go through all of those alterations in the elevation drawing. But in terms of the site plan, there was previously proposed additional site work on the south side of the property that included some terrace, some pergola structures and things of that nature. The application is no longer proposing that, and it's just going to be a simple paved area with a new site triangle at the alley to provide those visuals, and then a new ADA accessible ramp on the alley, as well as the existing accessible ramp on the north side of the site. I do have additional details on the site plan that I'll talk about later. So in terms of the front elevation, in the phase 1 submittal, the applicant was proposing to reopen the blind window openings that historically were closed because they were where the blackboards were located for this school, which served as a model school for Denver Public School System. The applicant has scaled that back, so initially 9 openings were proposed to be reopened on this elevation. That has been reduced down to just 3 on the ground floor level, which you can see, and the larger elevation is the current design detail proposal, and then the smaller elevation is the initial phase 1 elevation that the commission was looking at. In terms of demolition, on this elevation, there will be some chimneys removed from the roof. The commission already approved that in the phase 1 submittal. The front doors, which are non-historic doors, will be replaced with new wood doors that are based on the historic drawings, and then 2 new doors will be introduced into this elevation. The commission did approve the conversion of these window openings into door openings, and the new doors that will be installed in those openings match some of the existing doors that are on the Evans School elsewhere. And I do have details of that, so we'll look at those details in a detailed elevation. In terms of the rear addition, it has been scaled back minimally, so there will be less demolition to the historic roof. Previously, the applicant was going to open up the attic space and then have this glass element that allows views out of the building. That has been reduced back. They have reconfigured the attic program, and that's no longer needed. So you're no longer seeing that glass element in the roof of the Evans School. The applicant is proposing to reactivate the historic gym space that is on the second floor roof of the Evans School with a new set of foldable operable doors, which you see here in this elevation. But in terms of the addition, it's pretty similar in mass and scale other than that roof component. The addition will be clad in a red brick, which is slightly contrasting color to the existing red brick of the Evans School, and will also have a red mortar to contrast with the existing Evans School, which has a green colored mortar. And then the addition will also have some metal panels on it. The addition windows are just going to be simple 1/1 windows on the brick portion of the building, and then on the metal portion of the building, those are just proposed to be casement windows. In terms of the north elevation, the applicant has scaled back the project scope on this elevation as well. Previously, 2 new doors were proposed to be introduced in existing window openings. That's no longer proposed. So you can see those changes here. The doors on this elevation are also non-historic and will be replaced with new doors to match those of the historic drawings. For the south elevation, the project scope has also been scaled back. There was previously 4 new doors going to be introduced in the existing window openings. That's now been reduced down to 2 new doors. And then again, the existing doors in the primary entrance are non-historic, and those will be replaced to match the existing. The applicant is going to replace a door on the front facade wing that faces south. This is a historic opening that was used for the maintenance of the building. So that opening is an existing opening, but the door is a non-historic door, so they will be installing a new door in that historic opening to match that of the original drawings. So in terms of the proposed materials, here you can see the proposed brick. It is a red brick, does contrast slightly with that of the Evans School brick, which you can see in this photograph here. It will have a red mortar, unlike the Evans School, which has a cream mortar. The existing site wall will be repaired. Portions of the site wall are non-historic, or excuse me, the site wall itself is historic. Portions of the fencing are non-historic, but that will be retained as part of the site work. And then the addition will be this metal panel that you see in this dark bronze material here. And then new louvers will be introduced onto the Evans School to provide some venting for the attic space. In terms of the roofing material, it will remain intact. It will just be repaired and a new coating applied to the roofing material. In terms of the paving material, it's largely a concrete paver, which you can see in this image here. And then there is also some concrete called Cap Hill paving system, which has a aggregate onto it.
So these are the doors that are serving as inspiration for the new doors that will be installed in all of those openings that are converted from windows. So this is a half-light door with a wood panel below, and then it will also have a transom with an arch configuration and divided lights. And that is an existing door, and this is an existing window that will be converted into that door. So that's just simply cutting down that opening to allow for this new door as well. This is the new window openings that are proposed on the front facade. So this is a very decorative opening. It has a bullnose brick detailing with the install of the new windows that will be retained, as you can see here in the section detail. However, the brick in the inset panel will be removed and a new window will be installed. Those new windows will match the existing windows. So they are a arched window with a divided light in the upper sash, and then a single light in the lower sash. And that is a wood window as well. I didn't already say that. So this is the proposed alteration to the historic gym space on the back of the building. 4 of these windows are going to be demolished and reopened into this operable storefront system, which you can see here. Our guidelines do allow for flexibility for changes of window proportions on the rear elevation. This is an aluminum clad storefront system that you can see in this elevation. And then for the portions of the Evans facade that will have new windows introduced into them, they will just be simple 1/1 windows, so you can differentiate them from the historic window openings. This is the proposed door replacement. So the front doors that face onto Acoma School are arched in shape, and then the doors on the north and south side of the building are square with a transom above. We have the historic drawings for the Evans School, so the doors will be replaced to match the historic drawing, which you can see here. So the applicant is proposing to reintroduce some decorative elements in that arch on the front of the building, and then just do a full white door for both of the entries on the sides and the front of the building. In terms of some of the site work that is proposed, the applicant again is principally proposing to pave the site. Staff has always been concerned about changes to the podium space. However, we feel that the proposed paving is appropriate because historically this space has actually not been an open lawn. It has been a paved space for use of the school. So they will be restoring that configuration. There is a pool proposed for the Evans School, and it's a little hard to see in this, but it is right here on the, oops, that just jumped forward, on the south elevation. Staff are somewhat concerned about the placement of the proposed pool because it is right in that front walkway off of the 11th Street elevation. This pool is a hydrofloor pool system. So how this works is basically you have a steel plate that floats on the pool system, and then you just push a button and then the floor drops down below the pool. So it's basically just a steel plate that you can put any paving material on, and then you push a button and it sinks down and the pool is exposed. So when the pool is in operation, it will have a fence detail. It's a black steel fence, very simple in design to contrast with the existing fence design on the site. And then it does have removable steel handrails. So again, that is within the walkway. We do have some concerns over that placement. The applicant has stated that when the pool is in operation, that the south entrance into the Evans School won't be used, but it is a significant entrance into the Evans School, so we do have some concerns over that. So here you just have some images of what that floor system looks like of the pool. So again, it's a steel plate that locks in, and you can place any paving material on it, and then it just drops down into the pool when you want to expose.
In terms of the building restoration, there are some severely deteriorated metal elements on the Evans School. So the applicant is proposing to restore and rehabilitate those deteriorated metal elements. And these range from details on the cupola structure to the pediments around the doors, to some balcony details, to some portions of the entablature. So those will all be restored per the historic drawings that are available for the Evans School. So you can just get a sense here of these photographs of those elements that are deteriorated. Some of the stone columns are also deteriorated. Those will be, those have previously had a inappropriate restoration done to them, so that will be removed, and a new, more appropriate slicing of stone elements will be done to those columns to restore them. And then same with some of the window sills on the school. So there is a significant rehabilitation component proposed as part of the Evans School. So the commission does have purview over restoration of these metal elements, but however, there's going to be some repointing and some brick replacement that the commission doesn't have as much purview over. In terms of the restoration of this building, there will be a new building lighting associated with the building. So I know that the commission doesn't normally see building lighting, and it's normally something that we highly discourage. However, our current guidelines do allow for building lighting of significant institutional buildings, and the Evans School is a significant institutional building to the Golden Triangle. So the architectural elements will have a mix of up and down lighting, and then the site wall will have down lighting installed into it as well to allow for illumination of that podium floor, and then the steps will have lights added to them as well. So here are just some of those images of some of how the architectural lighting will work. Again, the vast majority of it is down lighting and will be concealed within the architectural features of the building. But there are some elements of up lighting proposed for the Evans School, and that's principally related to the columns and the cupola structure. On the new addition, all the lighting will be down lighting that you can see here in this rendering. So staff do feel that this is appropriate for the significance of the Evans School, and additionally with the new design guidelines you adopted today, that would be a astounding recommendation of approval based on those guidelines. So staff are recommending approval of this project. We do feel that the design details are high quality in nature. The lighting does meet the existing guidelines and the new guidelines that the commission just adopted, and the addition is differentiated from the Evans School, and the proposed restoration of the building will rehabilitate a significant landmark in Denver.
Any questions for staff? The applicant present?
We are.
Thank you so much for your patience. I know it's been a long meeting.
No worries.
I have a presentation. Yep. All right. So just going to pull up the presentation.
Great.
So here. It matters, microphones.
Oh, better if you mind
No.
going over there because of the video.
Not at all.
And I'm gonna start your timer and you'll be able to see it on my screen right
I
there.
won't be
but
anywhere
you-
near close to it, so don't worry.
Great.
Hi, thanks. I'm Fred Glick, 3850 North York Street in the Clayton neighborhood of Denver. I'm one of the development partners, joined here today by my partner, Jim Bostries, and most of our design team. First, I want to thank Brittany for the usual comprehensive staff report. And I think that the level of care that the team has put into assessing the existing conditions of the building's exterior and planning those restorations is really clear from the package we've submitted. I also think they've done a really exemplary job of going at this with a light touch, with minimal interventions on the street-facing facades, and really thoughtful design of the interventions, the additions on the back, and how they interact with the historic building. I particularly want to touch today on the podium or plinth of the building. We wanted to highlight, as you can see from the photos that we're sharing today, that space around the building has always been intended as an active space with no landscaping. This is a circa 1920 photo. If you zoom in, if you go to the next one,
you'll see that even back in 1920, there was already a swing set. And it appears that the remainder of the podium was dirt at that time. If you go to the next one, by about 1960, additional play equipment had been installed and the entire podium appears to have been covered in asphalt. It's unclear exactly when that happened. We think it may have been part of other, mostly interior renovations, which happened, we think, in the 1940s or 50s. And then finally, this photo from 1973, when the building was sold by DPS, shows you a bit more detail of that asphalt paving that surrounded the building and some of the markings on it. So for the last nearly 50 years, the Evans School has been largely closed to the community, fenced and vacant or only occasionally in use. And we plan to change that dramatically. We really hope that the podium will become the front porch for the Golden Triangle neighborhood. And that's why we're planning to serve directly through some of the existing windows on the east facade. We've got a wine bar planned, an ice cream shop, a coffee shop, and really plan to serve right out of those windows. And then in colder weather, we hope to see a lot of that activity move inside, both into the outlets themselves, but also making use of the extremely wide hallways inside the school itself. And that'll become the hotel lobby. And this desire to activate really extends to that southern side of the podium, where we propose a plaza area which will be used as a hotel amenity space, including all sorts of events. And our partners in this, our operational partners, really saw a swimming pool as a critical hotel amenity. And we explored where that might go, and really we're left with the podium as the only viable option for that. We knew that we didn't want a pool space there all or even most of the time. And that's what led us to the hydrofloor system, which really does make the pool appear and disappear at the touch of the button. We anticipate the pool is about 5 feet deep, and that floor moves at about 12 inches per minute. So in 5 minutes, it goes away. And I don't know if you saw, but there was in the package a link to a video that you can watch to see just how that actually works. And as you saw in the application package, we anticipate that this will be a pool for about 14% of the time across the year. As Brittany mentioned, when the pool is in use, we won't be using that gate on 11th Avenue. We really do have to have that as a secured area to meet code requirements. But then when that disappears, that gate can be used. We've got all sorts of material samples, which we brought into the building strictly against the wishes of security. But they are here for your viewing pleasure. And the design team and I are here to answer any questions you might have today. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any questions for the applicant? No?
Yes, I just have one question, actually. The doors that are being cut down on the south side from existing windows, I see one of them opens to the bar and one of them to the lounge. I guess just curious about, the rationale for having those opposed to internal access.
Well, there is internal access, and maybe one of the architects would like to speak to it, but it really is about being able to exit people out of there, but also creating some permeability for the building. As a school, it was really designed to route kids in and keep them in. And we wanted to create a bit more permeability, particularly as we look to activate that podium, so that we don't have very restricted, confined access throughout. Also, because we do intend to serve out on the podium on all sides of it. Again, if we have to route people through into the central hallways and then through the main entrance doors, it becomes complicated and challenging from an operational standpoint. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Okay, are there any public comments on this project? If so, please use the hand raise button at this time.
See hands raised.
All right.
No. Okay.
Great. Brittany, you have some recap?
I do. So the conversion of the windows to doors, the opening proportions has already been approved by the commission in the phase one. So really in this phase, you're looking more at the actual door that's going in that opening. And then if you want to watch the pool. It's on page, LPC 6.0. It's a tiny link, like on the right side, where some writing is.
Great, okay. Commissioners, deliberate, what does everybody think? Good. Well, I think it's pretty exciting, and I've never seen a pool do that. I was one of those pools. I'm sure they're super economical, you could just go there and go there.
Santa.
I agree with staff's support. In fact, I think I actually prefer the scaled down version to the original, project. This seems to be a bit more sensitive and not quite as intrusive in a building that is pretty far apart. I will, intend to, support the, staff's, recommendation.
Chair, I just think it's really exciting. I agree with Gary. I think this, what's in front of us actually lets the building shine. The initial project. Yeah, before, and I think it's a really exciting project. With or without the cool stuff.
Get antifreeze in there.
I guess. I skate.
I don't know if you could solve it.
The pool cover is an R30 insulation.
Okay. We don't need your boots on.
All right.
No, no. I agree, and I also just think that the application itself, it's so well done. You know, you really tell what the intent of everything is. It's all, I have to say, two of the new doors that are being cut down look like they're egress doors, and I'm kind of curious to find out what happens with the hardware, because I think some of them are going to need panic hardware, and the doors look like they're pretty, the stiles and things are pretty thin. But I have to say, the details that are shown are so well considered that I'm sure that will be worked out. But really, really nice application, really complete application.
Yeah, I agree. Having worked very near this building years ago, but for quite a long time, and passing by it every day practically, it's really nice to see what has been done here. I wasn't on the commission for the phase 1 review that's revealed in my question, so I support this application.
Yeah, I agree. It's really exciting to see this building get some new life, so. Outside of the design guidelines, but I do agree with the staff recommendation.
Yeah,
Right. All right. Who's going to make the motion then? Do it.
Go ahead. I move to approve application number 2022-COA-472 for the addition and alteration phase 2 design detail review at 1115 Acoma Street, the Evans School Building, per design guidelines 2.9, 2.14, 2.23, 2.52, 2.57, 3.1 through 3.4, 3.6, 3.7, 3.11, 3.12, 4.6, 4.8, and 5.3, character defining features for the Evans School Building, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, George, for seconding. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Well, now we're in the middle of the vote, so I think good. Forget something.
It was a me thing. I forgot the lighting when I first heard the staff report, and then I added the lighting guidelines in, but I didn't add the guidelines to the motion, so Larry read it just as I wrote it.
Well, we're mid-vote, so maybe I finished. So we already all voted in favor, so opposed, no one, stayed, no one. Okay. So it's kind of past the time of making amendments, right? How do we address that? mean, essentially you're just adding the additional guidelines that it meets, right? So we already approved it based on many guidelines that it met, so is that an issue?
How critical were they to the analysis?
Well, for the lighting.
They're pretty critical to the lighting. So you can, you make another motion, include the guidelines, and vote on it. I think the proper way to proceed would be to rescind your motion somehow, whoever the motioner was, the seconder, to agree on that, and vote on that, and then vote on the new motion.
So Larry, could you rescind your motion?
Do I need to repeat the entire motion or just?
All the numbers again.
Okay, I move to rescind my motion.
And then, George, you accept that?
I agree.
Okay, so now we make a new motion, and so Brittany, could you tell us what those lighting?
It's 5.25.
That's the only lighting.
Yes.
But you guys have to vote on the
We
rescinding.
do have to vote on the rescinding.
Okay, that's what they said.
I'm really sorry.
All right. So let's vote on the rescinding the original motion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right. So that's unanimous. So now the new motion. Larry, do you want to make that?
All right.
All those.
Any other? Okay. I move to approve application number 2022-COA-472 for the addition and alteration to Phase 2 design detail review at 1115 Tacoma Street, the Evans School Building per design guidelines 2.9, 2.14, 2.23, 2.52, 2.57, 3.1 through 3.4, 3.6, 3.7, 3.11, 3.12, 4.6, 4.8, 5.3, and 5.25. Character defining features for the Evans School Building, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report. Second.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, George, for seconding. All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay. I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, motion passes unanimously. Great. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Probably wanted to take these with you. Okay. You should. Oh, that's your
For those of you on the line, we're just gonna wait for the noise to die down and for Graham to rejoin us. He had to recuse.
Oh, yeah. It's not doing it? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so the next project up for design review is 2022-COA-469 at 3356 West 31st Avenue.
Great, thank you. So this is for the property at 3356 West 31st Avenue, which is located in the O&M Ghost Historic District. It was built in 1906, and according to the assessor's records, and it is a contributing structure to the district. The structure is a 1.5 story brick hip roof classic cottage style structure, as you can see on the left. The alterations to the primary structure include adding a new second floor top rear addition. The additions are set back 21 feet and 7 inches from the primary facade, and will involve less than 40% demolition to the existing roof, as you can see here on the right. Therefore, a public hearing for this demolition is not required. The total percentage of roof demolition will be 28%, or 434 square feet.
I'm trying to get it to the spot. for you. Over. Okay. So here you can see the proposed floor and roof plan for the new addition, which will tie into the ridge line of the existing structure. The large shed dormer style additions are on both sides of the house, and also a gable rear addition is above an existing one-story rear addition. The additions are to add a new primary bedroom, bathroom, and office to the second floor. The applicants indicated that a one-story rear addition was not possible on their lot due to lot coverage issues with zoning and the existing lot garage near the house. So here you can see the view from the front facade, showing those new additions behind. On the left is the existing, and on the right is the proposed. The proposed additions are subordinate to the original structure. Sorry. Okay. They are set back at least 21 feet from the front facade. The pop-top additions will be minimally visible from the public right-of-way, will not go above the existing height of the structure. The existing front roof slope dormer and chimney will be preserved. And the one proposed window facing the front facade, which you can see on the left, is at a similar ratio to another just below it found on the structure. So here you can see the west side elevations. The additions have been designed to be similar to dormer additions in appearance. Staff wanted to note that the R&O letter called out design guideline 2.26, which states to minimize the visual impacts of skylights, dormers, and other rooftop alterations. However, as this addition more closely meets the requirements of a pop-top addition, staff did not use this guideline for reviewing this application, as the additions are not true dormers. Unlike dormer additions, it will tie into the existing ridge line and is not inset from the wall plane. Therefore, staff has reviewed this as a pop-top addition. So here you can see again the new additions. They will be clad in the smooth horizontal lap siding with a 4-inch reveal. The materials are commonly found in the district and do help differentiate the additions from the contributing brick structure. The new additions will be easily recognized as current construction and will not detract from the surrounding historic context. All the windows and skylights are of a more contemporary style on these additions and are picture windows and casements that are simple in design. They will not be highly visible from public vantage points. Staff would also add a condition that notes that all the windows will be inset a minimum of 2 inches into the wall plane, as that detail was missing from the application packet. The height of the additions also has been minimized and will not exceed the height of the existing pitch line. So here you can see the gabled rear addition above that existing one-story rear addition, which will be reclad to match the new addition, and will utilize existing windows and doors at the first floor that we have. Again, the windows are of that more contemporary design and proportion. However, they are at the rear of the house and will not be visible off the lot. And then here comes street view isometric, showing how these additions will be minimally visible on the street. The proposed additions are compatible with the existing structure, and the proposal does meet design guidelines 2.24, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.10. Therefore, staff is recommending approval with the condition that all windows be inset at least 2 inches into the wall plane. Additionally, staff wanted to make a note to the commissioners that we had originally added a request for an administrative adjustment for wall plane in this application, which will actually not be needed. And so you can leave that out of the motion. You can cross it out. Originally, staff thought it was necessary for these additions, but after conferring with zoning administration over the last week, it was determined that the applicants actually need to apply for variance to BOA for the setbacks of the additions going all the way up. So they'll need to go to the Board of Adjustment for that, and it's not an AA that we do.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions for staff? the applicant present?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, my name is Brandon Tripp. My address is 2762 South Mead Street, Denver, Colorado, 80236. I want to first thank Crystal for her diligent effort in this. She's been really responsive to us and very thorough, so we appreciate that. And also thank the Landmark Preservation Commission for your time today. I won't take too much of your time. This has been a long meeting, but I think Crystal covered everything pretty well. I just want to point out a few things that kind of expand on what she said and point out a few more things. We really tried to keep the existing profile of the rooftop additions minimal from the street. We got a lot of help from the two-story on the right and the large tree on the left from visual impact from the street. And then we tried to tuck under the majority of the master closet and the bathroom underneath the existing roof. And then the dormer on the left encompasses the staircase, and the dormer on the right is encompassing the master bedroom, and then the office out the back. We tried to keep the profile of the roof as low as possible while still getting as much headroom as we can in there, or to make it functional. So we went with a shed roof. And the one thing I will point out is the addition on the rear for the office. It sits over the existing mudroom, which is an addition to the original house. The addition off the back that is there now isn't original to the house. So that office will extend out above that existing mudroom. With that, I will open it up to questions if you guys have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I have a question for the applicant on staff, and I see that the property owners are on here, and if you wanted to say anything, you'll need to use the 7 minutes and 59 seconds left, so.
Want it?
I had one question also, and that is looking at the renderings that you shared. Rendering 1, sort of looking at the stair side, and rendering 3, it appears like the additions are not hitting the ridge in the renderings, although they are in elevation. And that was something that Crystal mentioned. So I was just curious, again, relying on the architectural drawings here for the real detail, if that was sort of a nuance of the view angles here, or if there was something else going on. In rendering 3, it appears the bedroom side addition, in spite of being similar to that stair, also just disappears. So I was eager to hear you talk about the strings.
Yeah, so both, we originally had the ridge lines below the existing ridge line in the design. After we met with the RNO, they thought that meeting the ridge lines, meeting the existing ridge lines with the dormers was okay. So we made that change. It just didn't get picked up in the rendering.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome. Thanks for your question.
Question, anything else? All right. Well, thank you all for your time. I know it's been a long meeting.
Thank you.
Is there anyone on the line who would like to make a comment on this project? If so, please use the hand raise button at this time.
Yep, we have one. Stuart, go ahead when I say go. Is
Five times.
So we accidentally muted ourselves again. So Stuart, you are welcome to go ahead when you are ready.
Are you sure? All right. This is Stuart Hayden, 2525 Grape Street. My primary concern with this project is just the consideration of the additions on the roof as a pop top and not dormers. It's happened before where it seems like considering them a pop top allows for more, I would say, kind of inappropriate design. I think if considering them to be dormers, they, I don't know, would have a little more scrutiny. And in this case, the applicant literally called them a dormer. I would view especially the east addition to the roof as a dormer. And so I would encourage the commission to do so as well. And I guess I'm just hoping for a greater distinction between, in the future and in this case, between dormers and pop tops. And hopefully that would clear up some of the confusion that at least I have and maybe applicants have as well. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I don't see any other hands raised, no.
And that may be something, Crystal, so what was it that made staff view this as a pop top versus a?
Specifically is that it ties into the ridge line, or typically set back into the roof, and this is not, it'll be coplanar. We've also spoken with Bridget on our team now, but who was in residential staff on zoning side, and they would view it as a pop top, not a true dormer, because it doesn't sit beneath the roof line because it is coplanar with the existing structure.
Okay. So once it moved up to align with the ridge, that's kind of what drove it, and then also that it's not, that it is coplanar.
I do still call it a dormer style because obviously they are trying to make it look like a dormer, but it is more truly a pop top to us.
Although it's 3 different volumes, so it's not, I think we think of a pop top as being sort of a holistic piece. And this is 3 separate pieces.
Yeah.
So it's almost 3 pop tops.
I think we're trying to align our definition of pop top with what residential considers a second floor addition versus a dormer as well. So we have treated other projects like this, like 440 Delaware Street recently, which was essentially 3 masses. We treated it more as a pop top than a dormer addition. So it's just an alignment of language between departments.
Between zoning and landmark. Okay.
That makes sense.
Great, thank you. Stuart, I hope that answered your question. Okay, well, let's move into deliberation. How does everyone feel to set the guidelines?
I'm actually very concerned about the total lack of alignment with the 3 pieces and the fact that they don't really respect the simplicity and symmetry of the existing roof. And I find it particularly unfortunate that the front bases of those 2 pop tops are misaligned by about 5 inches. And I feel like that is not respecting the configuration of the roof. And similarly, I find that the west one's the big one, right? The west up top, it just sort of collides into roof, shows no respect at all for the existing roof. And I think that when you look at the plan, there is neither of those seem critical. Both of those seem like those are correctable problems. For some reason, these 3 pieces don't, to me, have any relationship to the existing.
And when you say that the west one in particular collides with the roof,
back, I'm probably got my directions mixed up, but it's where it sort of, instead of allowing the rear
to be its own.
Yes, I don't know if it's a gable or what you would call that, but rear piece to be its own piece. Suddenly there's another piece just sort of sticking into it for no particular reason. And I understand that the back, first of all, I really appreciate the approach. I think this is a great approach to try and give more space to this house, and it's really located perfectly at the back end of the house. I think all of that is very commendable, and I think that all of this is achievable. But to me, it just looks as if it's just not resolved and not respecting the existing roof.
I would have to agree with that. I mean, I was a little puzzled why, I guess that's the north, the front is the north. Why those two walls don't align. While it might be difficult actually to see the misalignment from the crowd, I don't know why you would want to align it. And the way the back corner engages, that would be the west corner, is a little, you know, it's just, you know, if the two side dormers were the same size,
Yeah.
and then the back dormer would be, I mean, it would be a more logical plan. Than this.
But I believe that would mean it would be more roof demolition, and so therefore
Yeah.
trigger a public hearing. So that's, I think the.
So, you know, it's like trying to avoid the public hearing component, a kind of idiosyncratic approach has been proposed. I'm wondering if even aligning the north sides creates that demolition requirement because it exceeds, you know, by 2 square feet or something like that, the allowed demolition without public.
Then you'd have to get to 40%.
Yeah, and it's 28%.
I didn't know, so,
Well, I bet that was, not that I did that, but yeah.
I guess the question for me, I don't disagree with both of those comments, but it's just a question of, is that something that is a guideline issue? And I don't necessarily see it as such. I think, you know, as Ann pointed out, it's in the right place at the back of the lot. The renderings show it has very minimal visibility, and so yeah, I'm not necessarily opposed on that. So.
I agree with you, Larry. Would I have wanted to sign it that way? Yes. Do I see like justification of the guidelines to make them align when they're going to be on either sides of a ridge and you're not going to perceive that difference? That, yeah, I don't see it make or breaking it. I do appreciate the care that they went to, as Ann said, to push this to the back of the property and try to minimize it as much as possible. So I do commend the applicant for that.
Well, I would look at the guideline 3.7, that I highlighted. It's design a roof, the roof of an addition to be compatible with the original structure and surrounding context. And A says use a roof form that's consistent with the original structures of the form. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I was specifically talking about 3.7A. Use a roof form that is consistent with the original structure's roof form and those of structures in the surrounding historic context in terms of pitch, orientation, and complexity. And I think it's the and complexity that I find to be, you know, and again, part of it is that there doesn't seem to be a reason for it. I think sometimes we get into situations where we understand that there's a very constricted site or a very constricted configuration that won't allow the applicant to get the result that they need. But to me, this does not seem to be that case.
Other thoughts?
I was looking to the guidelines as well. I think to Larry's point, for some reason, my heart wants those dormers to sit a little below the ridge, but that's irrelevant, I think, with the guidelines. As I was looking at, and your comment to complexity, maybe the one point where some of the subjective analysis of the roof here, you know, may or may not, but it talks about being set back, minimizing the height, all kinds of things that I think this roof does, even in spite of the complexity. You know, it's still in guideline 3.7, fairly similar in pitch, orientation. I mean, detailing of the overhanging eaves, which I think is what staff also picked up on. So I think I would fall in the camp of, are there some friendly comments or tweaks perhaps, but I don't see a fundamental issue with meeting the guidelines.
We seem a little bit split. Is there anyone else who's in
Well-
one camp or the other? Just want to make sure we can move towards the motion that was
If
passed.
the two north, the dormer on the east and west sides aligned on the north side, is that, so kind of the biggest concern, or is it beyond that?
It sounded like was your biggest concern, Anne, at the rear where the two intersect. That's the
Exactly.
complex portion.
I
It's
just,
a fuzzy corner.
it was really, I just find it to be a disrespectful, a corner that does not respect the, actually, I think that was more problematic than the front. But
Yeah.
again, I think the front one is such an easy one to fix because if you look at the plan where the stair is, it could, it could shift.
So is it that we kind of, would it help if you had more detail as to how that roof comes together at the back, or does that not really matter? Do you have enough information to make that judgment today? I'm wondering if we could, sorry, Crystal, yeah.
I just want to make a comment that the side with the stairs, they very specifically have theirs because there's already stairs. So if it's a little off, that's likely why that they put it there, and they made that specific comment to me on how they couldn't shift it somewhere else because there's already stairs there.
Okay,
Just FYI.
yeah, okay, thank you. That's good to know.
And you guys are so quiet. Please speak up. Like, you sound like you're whispering.
Okay.
It's an empty room again, so.
I know, it's
I guess the reason I asked that is because I'm wondering if, is it a detailing issue? In which case, do you continue it and get more information to make that judgment? Or do we just have a fundamental difference of opinion, in which case we need to see if we're moving towards an approval of conditions or denial,
I think that it doesn't sound like we disagree about that complexity, just other than keeping our hat on.
Yeah.
That being something that fundamentally pushes us over the edge.
I guess I would ask everybody to look at the west elevation and see if that is.
That's what I've got right
Yeah.
now here.
Yeah, there's like that little piece that isn't the.
I think I'm still just in the camp of, I think that it respects the original house, and it's at the rear, where that kind of roofing issue happens. And so I guess I'm just not as concerned about that, since it's not going to be publicly visible. From the front, I think what you will see looks very, we see dormers all the time on our historic homes, so it doesn't seem more complex from the public facing area. Okay, so I think there's 3 to 4 of us who feel that way that I know about. I'm just trying to make sure we get a motion that passes here.
Yeah.
It's like we're fairly split down the middle, and we need 5 votes to pass the motion. So who all feels that that there was the staff recommendation? Okay, so then who's gonna make a motion? Sounds like that's enough.
Madam Chair, I will move to, we're not recommending an administrative adjustment, but I will move to conditionally approve application 2022-COA-469 for Pop Top Additions at 3356 West 31st Avenue per design guidelines 2.24, 3.1 through 3.8, 3.10, character defining features for the Allen and Ghost Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report, with the condition that all windows be inset at least 2 inches.
Thank you, Graham. Second? I'll second it. Thank you, Julie. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Opposed. And abstained? All right, so the motion passes with 6 votes and, 1 in opposition, and so the project is conditionally approved, and you can work with staff to meet that condition. All right, so our next project up for design review is 2022-COA-474 at 2070 Colorado Boulevard, which is the Margaret Long House.
Okay, so our next application is for an addition to the Dr. Margaret Long House, which is an individual landmark located at 2070 Colorado Boulevard. Here is a historic photo of the proposed addition of the existing house. And here you can see the property from an aerial image. It does have a pretty significant side yard to the south of the property and a historic portico share that was added sometime after the photo was taken, but the portico share is historic as well. So in terms of the proposed demolition, the applicant is proposing to remove a historic rear addition that is an enclosed porch space and that has a second floor balcony, and then also demolish the existing non-contributing garage property. The commission did determine that the garage was non-contributing to this landmark site in December of 2020. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time discussing that, as that already went through a public hearing process with the commission. In terms of the demolition to the rear facade, that is a historic addition, but it is at the rear. It's not visible from the public right of way. And staff didn't feel that it was a significant character defining feature, and it is a pretty small space. So the applicant is proposing to construct a rear addition. It will no longer have garage access. The plans don't note what the roofing material of the one-story addition at the rear will be, or the skylights. So I am asking for additional information on those. The skylight should be flat mounted. And then as far as the roofing material, I'm assuming it's some type of membrane roofing, which we approve of all types of membrane roofing. We don't have major concerns over that. But do need those details. So here is the proposed addition floor plan. So we'll have a connecting element, and then at the rear, it will have a conservatory space, which is wider than the existing historic structure, as you can see in this plan here. So the connection does provide an offset and transition, which allows for the historic home to remain visually prominent. Additionally, the addition is placed to the rear and will preserve the historic portico share. And then a new egress window well will be added just behind the portico share, which you can see here in this plan. So here is that proposed addition as viewed from the front elevation. So you can see the existing garage roof will be demolished. The addition is wider than the historic structure. However, on the north side of the property, it's very tight to the property line. So even though you will see portions of the addition from the front of the home, it will actually not be as apparent as it is in this elevation. You will see it though sticking out on the south side. However, it's significantly set back from the front facade, and there is a transitional element between that conservatory space and this wider addition. Staff do feel that it's appropriate due to its placement on the lot and how far set back it is from the primary structure. No other changes are proposed to the front facade. In terms of the rear elevation, here you can see that enclosed porch space that is historic that will be demolished. These engaged corner pilasters will remain intact as part of the addition construction. The one on the south side of the building will remain exposed as the addition is inset from that side. And then the addition is 1 story in height, so it won't really change the existing configuration of the of the pilaster to the proposed addition. The addition is proposing to incorporate some of the historic walls from the garage structure. So the applicant is indicating that on the elevation. But in terms of the proposed cladding material for the addition, it will be a reclaimed brick. Therefore, it will have tumbled edges because it's a historic brick that's been reclaimed from portions of the demolition and from Mendoza. We don't normally allow tumbled edge brick, but we do allow salvage brick. Our main concern is that brick not be manufactured to have those tumbled edges and create that false sense of history, but reusing brick is a green source, and most of the brick will be reused from the demolition of the existing garage structure. So we are supportive of that. The addition will have casement windows, as you can see in this elevation. This is the south elevation, and this is the elevation that staff have the most concerns over. And principally, the concerns are over the replicativeness of the door openings on the addition. That is the conservatory space. So you can see that there are 3 doors that face onto this elevation, and then there is a fourth arched door on the north elevation. While this is not an exact match to the historic openings, we do feel that it's too replicative, especially with this reclaimed brick that will be reused on this addition. So we are recommending that the arched openings on the conservatory space be simplified to just have a square top and not have that arched opening. It is possible that they could have a square transom over it, but we do feel that the arched opening is too decorative. And would recommend simplification. The doors on this elevation are steel doors. They are shown to have divided lights. However, it's not clear to staff if these are a true divided light, which with steel likely is, or a simulated divided light with a spacer bar. So we would require that as part of our conditions. Here you can see the egress window. So the egress window that they are proposing to install will have divided lights, and that's intended to replicate the appearance of these historic basement windows, which are divided lights. They do have 4 lights. There is an existing basement window on this elevation with that divided light. Normally for egress windows, we do require simplification, but from the street, you will only see the top 4 lights of the egress window. So while it's not something we would normally recommend, we do feel it's appropriate here because it's replicating that kind of historic appearance. So here is the north elevation. Again, you can see where portions of that garage will be reused. And then we just have another egress window well on this elevation and additional awning windows. But you can see how that pilaster will remain intact. So here's just some perspective renderings of the proposed addition. So staff are recommending conditional approval of this addition as the existing garage structure is considered non-contributing. There is a transitional element that is inset from the historic building before it transitions into a wider addition. However, we would recommend simplification of the windows, the arched windows on the south and north elevation, and we will require additional details on the roofing material and the skylights that are proposed for this addition.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? All right. Applicant.
Taylor, are you able to move them over? You know who it is?
I don't.
You don't, okay.
They normally like raise their hand.
No, this, or, I got it. So,
All that.
I'm gonna vote Kristen, and let's see, Matthew, and Jumpy. That is Jumpy. Right. There we go. All right. And I'm gonna stop this video here. So. I get you all.
You stopped the video for the applicant.
I did. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Did you get Matthew? Right?
Yeah, Matthew, I think you can, so it shows you're by phone. We don't have anyone by phone. I'm a little worried about that. And I see your hand raised. I'm trying to figure out what to do now. I'm going to put you back to attendee and, oh. I think it's super jumpy. All right, and then I'm going to allow, should be able to unmute yourself by clicking, there we go. That's better.
Hello?
Yes, hold on a second.
All right, we're just gonna get the timer up. Let's start here.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Start whenever. Yeah.
Go ahead, Matthew, whenever you're ready.
We heard you a second ago, but we're not hearing you now.
Hello? Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, great. You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. My name is Matthew Fitzpatrick. I live at 4005 Montview Boulevard, just a few houses south of 2070 Colorado Boulevard. I'm serving as the owner's representative as well as one of the designers of Mafia Design involved in the application before you. I'd like to first thank the Landmark Preservation staff for all their guidance and support in assisting with putting together this application. And I'd also like to thank the Landmark Preservation Commission for reviewing the applications and guiding preservation efforts throughout the city of Denver. I'd like to speak a moment about the owners of 2070 Colorado Boulevard and their tireless efforts to preserve the interior of Dr. Margaret Long's home over the past decade. They have, over the course of this past spring and summer, moved towards preserving the exterior of the home, as you may have noticed, stripping, priming, and painting the front porch and columns, as well as beginning rehabilitation work on the porte cochere to the south. And the owners truly love this house and simply want to continue to rehabilitate the remarkable details of the existing home, as well as add on to the rear of the house to better suit their needs. Throughout the past couple of years, my wife and I of Mafia Design have worked to not only document the exterior of the existing house for ongoing preservation efforts, but also to design a respectful and thoughtful addition to the rear of the home that suits the owner's needs more specifically. We are proposing, as evidenced in the drawings and application before you, a simple kitchen addition with an attached conservatory for the owners to grow and cultivate plants. We feel strongly that the proposed addition respects and acknowledges the details of the original home while creating a clear delineation of new versus old, fitting within the context of the style and the scale of the existing house. I would like to specifically acknowledge that we have worked diligently to incorporate the existing garage masonry walls into the new addition, as we feel that despite the garage having been designated as non-contributing structure to Landmark, these elements can add value to the space and design as proposed. With respect to the staff recommendation of squaring off the proposed arch openings at the south walls of the conservatory, we are hesitant to significantly reduce the solar heat gain, natural light, and how a south-facing conservatory would function. Simply adding more rectilinear glass above the already 8-foot tall divided light doors, true divided light doors, would serve as a visual distraction with more mullions and munsons. Additionally, I'd like to draw attention specifically to how the existing arched elements of the existing home at the first level of the south facade are in fact opaque, as they are cast in place concrete infill above rectilinear bifolding windows. In contrast, what we are proposing is in fact arched glazing at the transom windows of the new addition with very different and simplified brick detailing around those openings. Furthermore, the spacing, design, and materiality of the mullions, muntins, and doors and windows themselves of the new addition will clearly be distinguishable from the original windows and doors of the original house. We feel simply changing these openings to be rectilinear in shape, in fact, detracts from the original house on the south facade, as all operable openings, save for the oval windows at the third level and that Palladian window, are in fact rectilinear as well. By incorporating the shape of an arch into the new addition with a fixed transom of glazing, from our point of view, reinforces not only the function of the new space, but emphasizes the difference in use of the arch shapes between the old and new, while still reinforcing the reference back to the original house and its arched elements. I would like to point out that the proposed steel windows and doors at the south are true divided light, as annotated and detailed in the attached cut sheets for the 2500 series outswing doors and details, as well as sheets. Oh gosh, the doors and windows detail sheet, detail 3 on A711. The roof material is annotated as TPO on the roof plan, proposed roof plan. And I would like to finally point out that the railing for the rear roof deck is noted as being painted steel, so it is a durable material. It has been detailed. We just have not called out the roof deck material, which will be pedestal pavers. And so I'll yield the rest of my time to the owner to speak about it.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Brittany. I appreciate especially your last minute response to my emails. I will keep it brief, and I might get emotional because I do when I talk about when I talk about our home. And unfortunately, my husband just had to take our son to a basketball game, so he's not here to speak as well. But I really want to reinforce to the Commission, when we designated our home, it was because we knew what had been planned for it before we bought it, and we never wanted to see that happen. It's important for me as someone who's grown up and been raised in Denver to maintain what I know as visible Denver, and I believe that our home is one of those, and we feel very blessed and fortunate to be able to support, protect, and preserve this. I have taken a lot of care. We have worked really closely with Matthew and Marianne on how to best maintain the feature of our home as it is, while also creating new spaces. It was intentional in terms of keeping the walls that we could, and really our intention is to preserve everything that we can here and find meaningful ways to have the home maintain its character and really still be what it always has been. So I know this has been a long meeting, and Matthew's already really spoken to all of the architectural elements, but I just want to let you know that this home is a place that's loved, that we really care about what it means in terms of being a historic home and how we emphasize and support that, and how we participate in the process of landmark preservation, not only for our home, but for Denver. So I thank you so much for your consideration, and certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you both for your time. Are there any questions for the applicant? I just had a question. Matthew, you mentioned, because one of the staff conditions was to provide material construction details of the new rooftop deck. So you'd mentioned it's going to be pedestal pavers. There is a plan in here that shows TPO membrane and pedestal pavers. Is it still intended to be both?
Yes, that's correct. So the occupiable roof deck by zoning is at the limit, maybe a couple inches west of the limit of the front 65%. It's very similar to the roof deck that's actually already there. But obviously with the new addition, there will need to be a continuous roof over the entire addition from west to east over the kitchen and the conservatory. So that'd be one continuous TPO membrane roof with then pedestal pavers on top of that. And we're happy to provide those details as a condition.
And are the skylights intended to be flat mounted?
Yes, we just failed to include that in the application. I wasn't aware that the skylight details needed to be in there, but that would then be the intention, to obviously not be able to see them from anywhere but the roof deck, but also to be as minimal as possible, and they shouldn't be visible at all behind the parapet.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. Is there anyone on the line who has a comment on this project? Please use the hand raise button at this time if you do.
No hands are going up. No.
All right. Any recap, Brittany?
So the notation for a simulated divided light with spacer bar is for window type W1, which is the egress window. It's still not clear if the steel doors, which are on the conservatory and transitional connecting element, will be a true divided light or a simulated divided light. Again, they could be either. It just needs to be clarified in the plans.
I think it's in D2 instead of. So he has directed us to 7 type W1 details, but on that same sheet, 3 and 4, which are type D1, D2, D3 details, those are for the doors, and they do show a true mullion or Munson.
The cut sheets, I don't know if you can still hear, but the cut sheets are included as well for the 2500 series doors and windows.
Thank you. Sorry, was there anything else, Brittany? No. Okay. All right. Then let's move into deliberation. Commissioners, how did you feel that's not the guidelines for?
I agree with the staff's recommendations, except I do not think they need to simplify those 3 doors with the edge tops because of the glass. The arch is distinctly different than the way the windows are detailed in the historic building. And I understand the rationale that the applicant put forth for what they did, and I believe that simplifying them is not necessary.
No, Chair, I have to think about it. Rest of the staff report.
Okay. I have one point. I'm slightly concerned that condition 3 of these skylines being flat mounted on a low slope roof might not actually be something that would be met. As far as I understand, you need at least a 2x4 depth curve on.
I think we're referring to bubble skylights versus flat profile.
Okay.
Right? Brittany? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's the difference.
That's a
Yes, no,
different thing than what I was
we get
thinking
the
about.
waterproofing issue.
Okay.
Vitreous TPO.
No vitreous roofing.
Well, in that case, yeah, I also in support of the staff recommendation. And also, I agree with Gary's points about the arch tops as well.
Yeah. I see some nodding heads. It sounds like everybody's in agreement. Yeah, I understand why staff was recommending that, but I think given the height difference and just, it's very clear that that addition is new and the doors are different, the head is different. Arch. So I think there's enough signifying that they're new.
It's set way back also from the primary facade. Back.
Right. I mean, I live not very far from there, and so personally, I'm very excited to see this happen. You actually can see the side because there's, such a lot of driveway there, so it will be visible, but I think it'll be still attractive. I think it will distinguish itself.
So it sounds like, condition number 1 should be removed and potentially condition number 2, right? Because that was provided in the application. I didn't check the cut sheet. He said that the cut sheet for the doors was also in. I was seeing the windows, but I wasn't seeing where the Munson is shown for the door. But I think they're provided on that, what is it, sheet 711. So. that suffices, right, Brittany, or did you need any more information?
No, I think that's good.
Okay. Great, all right, then who's gonna make the motion?
Madam Chair, I move to conditionally approve application number 2022-COA-474 for the rear addition at 2070 Colorado Boulevard. Per design guidelines 2.18, 3.2 through 3.7, 4.6, and 4.8. Character defining features for the Dr. Margaret Law House. Presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following conditions. 1, provide material construction details of the skylight and confirm that they are flat mounted. And 2, provide material construction details of the new rooftop deck at the rear of the building.
Thank you, Gary. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Julie. Right, there's no further discussion, then I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes unanimously and the project is officially approved. All right, our last design review project today is 2022-COA-476 at 3032 Champa Street. Up.
There. Sorry. Trying to preview so you don't have to scroll through them all, but I did it anyway. Okay. Got it, or did I go too far? There we go. Okay, great, there you go.
So our last project for the day is for phase 1 mass form and context review at 3032 Champa Street within the Curtis Park Historic District. This is on the old DHA site where the commission has been reviewing several single family homes. This is for the Champa side of the block. The Stout Street side of the block is all the projects have come in and the commission have approved them. So the only development opportunities are left on the Champa side of the block. So for this side of the block, the commission has given full approval, and this project is actually at this point probably finished with construction for a multifamily residence at 302 Champa Street. So that's right at the corner of 30th and Champa Street. It does face onto 30th Street. The commission has done a mass form and context review for a 26-foot tall Italianate with flat roof a structure at 3012 Champa Street. The commission has done a mass form and context submittal for a 30-foot tall Queen Anne inspired structure at 3022 Champa Street. The commission did actually deny that submittal and it hasn't come back for additional review. And then the commission has given full approval for a 26-foot tall 2-inch Italianate inspired structure at 3042 Champa Street. Full approval for 2 30-foot tall front gable on hip structures at 3052 and 3056 Champa Street. Those structures are actually by the same architect that is before you today for this project. And then full approval for a 24-inch 7 3/8 of an inch Italianate hipped roof structure at 3054 Champa Street. So in terms of the ground plan comparison, we have not been provided one. This is the only ground plan comparison we've been provided for, and it doesn't actually look like it's for this structure, as there are 2 darker images indicated. So in terms of placement on this lot, staff are not entirely sure how it fits in contextually with the surrounding context. However, just based on staff's experiences with reviewing projects on this site and what is typical of the setback, on the Champa side of the block, all the structures are set back 20 feet from the sidewalk to the primary facade, unlike the Stout Street where they were encroaching into that zoning required 20-foot setback. However, we don't have any ground plan comparisons to see how the porch relates to the
adjacent structures or where that placement is. I do think the placement is generally typical, but I would require a ground plan comparison just to get a better sense, as the porch does look a little bit deep on this one, but again, I don't have that information provided. So the applicant is proposing a single family home with a full width porch and then an accessory dwelling unit in the rear. The project is centered on the lot. This is a 25-foot lot, and it will have 3-foot setbacks on each side, and that results in a 19-foot wide structure, which is typical of these narrow lots that require the 3-foot zoning setback on side setbacks. There will be a rear patio with an egress well that you can see in this elevation, and then you can see that the ADU will have a garage on the ground floor and a stair that is enclosed in the space. In terms of the proposed roof plan, staff has significant concerns over this gable on hip roof that is proposed, principally because of this large dormer and rooftop deck that you see in the rear. So the commission has approved rear rooftop decks for new infill construction within the Curtis Park Historic District and other districts. However, access to that rooftop deck is usually concealed within the building in some manner. The access for this structure will be on that large dormer that's located on the side elevation, and staff feel that this is really atypical of the Curtis Park Historic District, and it's not something that you would see in historic construction or in dormers that we approved today for historic homes. So this is what that looks like in plan. So you can see how that dormer massing is a hipped roof form, and the primary structure is proposed to be a nested gable form. So staff do have some concerns about the roof form, as we don't feel that it's compatible with the surrounding historic context. Additionally, in terms of the roof form, we do have some concerns over the overall height of the structure. It is very tall. It is proposed to be 31 feet 7 inches in height. So tall structures are very common within the Curtis Park Historic District, and they're often over 30 feet, which is the zoning max. However, the majority of structures on this block are pretty low and not this tall, so this will be significantly taller than the structures that the commission has already approved on this block. In terms of some of the detailing, staff do have some concerns as that the detailing as well, such as the gable face detail that is proposed in the nested gable. But we would look more at that in the phase 2 design details. However, we do want to note this at this time, as we don't feel it's a typical detail of the Curtis Park Historic District, and it's not pulling from the Queen Anne architecture that you see within the Curtis Park Historic District. In terms of the front facade, we also have concerns over the window proportions and placement. So the windows on the ground floor are two paired windows, which is not a detail that you typically see within the Curtis Park Historic District. And then the windows on the second floor are another set of paired windows, but these are separated by, I don't want to call it a mullion detail here because it's actually a brick element, but that is something you do see within the Curtis Park Historic District, but not in this relationship to second floor to ground floor windows. And then also all the windows on this facade are square except for the accent window above the door, which is proposed to be an arched window. Staff do feel that an accent window would be appropriate on this elevation. However, we would probably encourage more of a circular accent window or square accent window based on the context that you see within the Curtis Park. And then we also have concerns over the porch roof form being compatible with the roof form of the primary massing. So here are those secondary elevations. Again, the west elevation is where you have that large dormer that allows access to that rooftop deck. That staff feel is creating a roof form that is atypical of the Curtis Park Historic District. In terms of windows on this structure, they do not look like the tall, narrow proportions that you typically see within the Curtis Park Historic District. And additionally, there are a number of window proportions proposed. We do allow flexibility on secondary facades. However, we would encourage some more uniform window proportions and patternings, and then also those tall, narrow windows that you typically see within the Curtis Park Historic District. So we do have concerns over window placement, patterns, and number of portions. In terms of the ADU, it's fairly simple in design. It's just a square boxy structure. Here is the garage elevation and the interior lot elevation. The ADU is also looking a little bit top heavy. So we do have concerns over the ADU, as typically ground floors are a little bit taller in the Curtis Park Historic District than the second floor, and the ADU is looking a little bit top heavy, and we'd also encourage those tall, narrow window proportions that you typically see within the Curtis Park Historic District. We have approved horizontal windows where they'll have limited visibility, so not as concerned about those on the interior lot elevation, but definitely concerned about the windows here on the alley elevation. So in terms of compatibility, the applicant has provided several of what Curtis Park calls the eclectic style of architecture within the district. However, staff feel that the form in general is more Queen Anne in design and should pull from the Queen Anne context within the district. Additionally, with the context that the applicant has provided, we don't feel that it is matching the design that has been presented by the applicant. So while windows on the ground floor generally are larger than windows on the second floor, you just don't see paired windows on historic construction. Generally two paired groups. They're generally a single window and then a single window, or one single paired window, if that makes sense. Again, the window proportions don't appear to be those tall, narrow window proportions that you see within the district. You do see these accent windows within the district. However, when it's an arched window, some of the other windows are also arched elsewhere on the facade. And usually it's a smaller accent circular window that like you see in this image here. I do know that the applicant was inspired by the Carpenter Gothic style. However, that's not really a style that you see within the Curtis Park Historic District. There are some Gothic structures within Curtis Park with steeply pitched roofs, but they don't have this type of detailing on them. So again, we would really encourage the applicant to study the architectural styles of the Curtis Park Historic District and take inspiration from one particular style as opposed to several different styles within the district that are referenced on the primary facade of the structure. And then here you can see the proposed streetscape. This does not have all the structures that were approved by the commission, but you can see the gable on tip structures here that are by the same applicant. These do also have that same rooftop deck configuration, but you can see that they're much more camouflaged in their way that they're accessed than the structure that is proposed today. And then in terms of height, you can see how much taller the structure is than the structures that the commission has already approved. So this would require an administrative adjustment for the height, but staff don't feel that it's contextually appropriate to this block or potentially the architectural styles within the district. I'm not going to say no to this height in general if the applicant can prove that it relates to a particular style that they're drawing inspiration, but as of right now, we don't feel comfortable making that recommendation. And additionally, much of the recommendation is for the violation of that dormer, which is in the bulk plane. So at this time, staff are recommending denial of the Phase 1 mass form and context for 3032 Champa Street.
Are there any questions for staff?
I already promoted the applicant.
Great.
Okay.
Someone has their hand raised. Are they part of the applicant team?
Is Hannah?
Sure. Yes, she's the owner. Sorry, took me a moment.
Got it. Sorry.
Great. All right. This time is yours. Please start with your name and address for the record, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Awesome. My name is Hannah Cochran. I currently reside at 5652 Field Street, Arvada, Colorado. And I'm the owner for 3032 Champa Street. I've lived in the Denver area about 6 years, and Curtis Park has become one of my favorite neighborhoods since I've been here. So I'm eager to join the neighborhood alongside my brother and sister-in-law, who have bought a lot 2 doors down and are also hoping to build there. So you'll see them shortly. So I've chosen the Curtis Park eclectic style, which in the pattern book we were given from the Denver Housing Authority through the proposal process, shows that the eclectic style takes from both Queen Anne and Italianate. And so that's how we get the Queen Anne styled roof with the Italianate style kind of thirds of the window and door openings. I'll leave the majority of the response to my architect, Anthony, but I did want to address the main concern, which is the dormer. So the dormer for my home is critical to the design and its function, because I do want interior access to the rooftop deck. I love the outdoors. I want to be able to enjoy the neighborhood year round. And if it's exterior stairs, like some of the neighbors' homes have, you can't access it quite a bit of the year due to weather. So that is, I think, the function of that dormer is critical. However, I do know that there are concerns based on the styling of it. So I'd love to hear maybe recommendations on how the styling could be changed to meet Landmark's approval. And thank you so much for your time today. And I'll pass off the rest of my time to Anthony.
Hey, Anthony Reese here. With me is Kennedy Beamer in our office as well. I apologize, my camera light is on, but my camera doesn't seem to be filming, or maybe it is. It doesn't show up on the list on the left. Anyway, my name's Anthony Reese, AIA lead AP, an architect working with Hannah on her home, and my address is 215 South Wadsworth Boulevard in Lakewood, Colorado, if you need that. My duty is first and foremost to design a home for Hannah that she's excited about and loves. And I think we've achieved that to this point. So now kind of the next step is to work with you guys a little deeper to get a home that fits in well with the neighborhood. I'm also the architect for 3052, 3054, and 3056 Champa Street, as well as 3041 Stout, which 2 of those you may recognize as Homes for Brothers, and 2 of those are Homes for Habitat for Humanity. And Hannah selected our firm because, you know, she appreciated the design on those homes. So there we go with that. And she did select, as mentioned, the Curtis Park eclectic style from the Curtis Park pattern book for DHA and Platte Valley lots. And as she mentioned, the first goal was to have a kind of a Gothic revival, which is also listed in that guidebook, but then we kind of moved towards this more eclectic style as we worked through it, which has kind of raised front porches, front and side bays, which is like the dormer, which you see, albeit smaller, you do see that quite a bit in the neighborhood. Tall, narrow windows, we do fit that kind of narrower to taller ratio. It's kind of close, but we do meet that, and we're looking for a mix of Queen Anne and Italianate homes. And these eclectic style homes do tend to have a mixed roof style, so we think kind of the dormer is appropriate here as well. We do have the 20-foot setback. I apologize, it's not super clear on our submittal. And we do have a building height that's a little over 30 feet as well. And I think we're willing to kind of work with that building height as well as we kind of progress forward. Moving through the kind of the staff report here, they've mentioned some things in yellow, which we've kind of addressed, but we do have on 4.3, the ground floor window pattern is kind of evident, pulled more from the Italianate style, where it's a 1-2 window and then a door opening. And we did fill in those windows with vertical and horizontal mullions, which is seen on at least one home at 3044 Stout, which is an Italian home, and that is also in our packet. as well. And then as we move to the upper level, we do lean back more towards the Queen Anne approach of 2 separated windows with kind of the brick between, or we can infill that with wood. That's kind of a materials standpoint, but you see that quite often, at least 6 or 7 or more homes in the neighborhood. So that's kind of where we're getting that from, as well as the archtop window over the front door. So we are kind of pulling a lot of those Queen Anne, Italianate, mixing them and bringing in some of the detail to the house as well. Kind of the major point, I think, is 4.7, where we have seen this roof form in general without the dormer approved. In this neighborhood, 2 of those homes are from this office, and we are allowed to do a rooftop deck by zoning. So we want to figure out how to make that work for Hannah as well. And those are tenant located towards the back of the home. And there are other properties in the neighborhood that have rooftop access, particularly in Italianate style, that's been approved with dog houses, which encroach fully into the bulk plane, yet stay under the maximum building height like ours does. And this can actually be seen on sheet LM.06 on our submittal, the Italianate home that's 2 doors down at 3012 Champa. So that does have a piece that violates the bulk plane. So we think that should be approved. And then there are dormers in various homes in the neighborhood. Additionally, I do want to note that the dormer is 32 foot 9 inches from the front facade of the house. And then when you add in the 8-foot deck, it's 40 feet back from the deck. And then you add in the 20-foot setback to the property line, plus a little bit to the sidewalk. So we're really looking at that dormer being 60 feet plus back from the pedestrian and street level. And the home next door is going to be 6 feet from this home. So we feel like that dormer, while it looks impactful on a straight elevation view, it's actually not that visible from eye level from a pedestrian or someone in a car. And you can see this, I think, pretty well on LM11, LM12, and LM13. You can see those street level perspectives, and that's with the camera set, at about a 5'10" eye level. So that's even a little taller, kind of than an average person. And there are other homes, as mentioned, 2948, 2927 Champa, 2838 California, and 3000 Stout that do have pretty visible dormers on the side. And as Hannah mentioned, this rooftop access is very critical to her enjoyment of the home and function of the home. And to kind of make that happen, we do really need it to be on an exterior wall, which is why we have this dormer here. So we are looking for feedback pretty specifically as well. What we can do, what can be done to achieve this dormer, and we're open to discussions on kind of what that means, if it means looking at a different style or stylistic revisions, or kind of addressing in greater detail kind of all the other concerns of the home. We do want to find a way to make this rooftop access successful for Hannah and for the neighborhood. And then kind of the last things here, just wrapping up, we did get a letter of support from the RNO, from Keith and Sue. We worked closely with them to kind of reduce the mass of that dormer. And we're open, to kind of further discussion on that. And we do appreciate Keith and Sue being supportive and working through it with us. We appreciate Brittany's time and the commission's time on this as well. So I'd like to thank you again and kind of turn it back over to you guys for questions and comments and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the applicants? I have a question for you about on sheet LM14. The elevations where you do show the zoning, the bulk plane, and that you request an administrative adjustment exception for the bulk plane. So have you looked at, if you were to reduce the height to fit within the bulk plane, what is that just not feasible? Like, what is the reasoning that you need to exceed that line? And I'm not referring to the dormer, the doghouse issue. I understand your issue there, but just for getting the overall building height down, is that possible?
I think it is. We did kind of want to go for a little bit steeper pitch due to that kind of earlier Gothic revival approach, but I think we can figure out a way to get that roof down to 30 feet, and then the dormer also is right at that 30-foot level. And we've done numerous studies on kind of getting that height of that dormer down further. It's just hard to do because the stairs, kind of when you're looking at the LN14, they are on the far right-hand side up against the exterior wall. And once you get up to that roof deck level with a straight run stair, that's just what you need for headroom. I mean, we're looking at like a 7-foot minimum headroom up at that level, and then fitting a door in there as well. So, I mean, one of the things we did to kind of try to reduce that mass was put that little bit of sloping roof that you see up to the dormer, so it doesn't feel like it's a big wall up there, even though it's not really seen that well in a perspective view.
Sure, but is there a way to lower the roof even and maintain your slope?
We could look at, right now, I think we're 18 inches or so above the grade plane. So, we could lower the front porch down to, 1 step instead of what we have. We do have a 9-foot ceiling on the main floor and an 8-foot on the upper floor. To reduce the roof pitch, we could bring the front porch down, and we could look at different insulation strategies to bring the heel of that roof structure down. I mean, right now we're assuming kind of a 1-foot energy heel, but we could look at how we could bring that down and still maintain our values up there.
Any other questions? Yeah. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Is there any line who would like to provide a comment on this project?
If you do, please use your hand raise button, which I'm not seeing happening.
Okay. Any recap? All right, let's move into deliberation. What's everybody's thoughts? And I may just start off. The reason I was asking those questions, I was trying to understand if there's some options to get this reduced down, because it just doesn't seem, to me, it didn't seem readily like apparent as to why they couldn't fit within boldly. And staff had kind of mentioned, as it is designed today, they don't feel comfortable recommending an administrative adjustment. So I was just trying to understand what it would take. And what I was hearing was more about, lowering the porch or lowering the slope of the roof. I was kind of wondering if they could just move it down and, at the size, you're sacrificing some height, but with that steep of a pitch, I didn't know if they could recoup that. I don't know about this whole doghouse situation, but I was just curious. Anybody else have thoughts? Should we maybe first step back and talk about style?
I think one easy piece of the staff report and the window pattern to start with is the precedent image for the pair of windows was built to historic property, but as well does exist in the district. I guess this is also new infill, so whether we see that as a again, this is also infill, but it's that color, using a traditional eclectic versus an infill property is precedent. So I'm most curious what others thought about.
Have you ever actually reviewed a current response?
It's not an actual style.
Okay,
That's why.
I think that's,
It's in the pattern book, right? I mean, that's mentioned, but is that?
Yeah, so what is this pattern book that you give people? Like,
So
is that?
Curtis Park put it together.
Oh,
So,
So it doesn't follow kind of any assessment that we have in our, no, correct, okay, in our, because we do have a write-up on Curtis Park.
Character defining features, yeah. It's also
and
not
the
in our.
designating ordinances for various districts.
I'm sorry, because because this is what Graham said, because I just don't have any background for what is appropriate in a Curtis Park eclectic, and what worries me, and a little bit what concerns me about this entire application is it just seems to have one of this and one of that and one of the other. And that makes it very difficult to understand whether or not it's actually following through on any of them. And I thought maybe Curtis Park Eclectic was one that I just missed.
No, it's just referenced in the application.
Yeah, exactly, it's right here.
Yeah, but it's helpful to have the clarification of RNO versus the LCC.
So there are 3 structures that Curtis Park calls eclectic. You can see 2 of them on page LM 0.9. It's the yellow house at, I don't know what that address is because it's not labeled clearly, and the blue house in the middle of the page. That is 2 of the houses that Curtis Park calls Curtis Park eclectic.
And what would staff call this?
I mean, to me, they are Queen Anne structures.
But we're related to.
Yeah.
Especially, right?
That is time.
East Lake. I think that's a technical term.
That is what they're designated in the designating ordinance. They're called East Lakes.
Okay. Well, I do have a problem with the dormer particularly. What it really reminds me of is something you might see in Mendocino, because I'm not sure I'm saying that, but if I look at the is what elevation is that? The side elevation, they're calling it the right elevation, that kind of the different roof pitches, a hip roof into a side of a, and then a little shed roof. It just, yes, it's eclectic, and it just doesn't fit with the rest of the character of the building. Like Ann said, a little of this and a little bit of that. And some things that aren't even in any of the designated files. So, I agree with the staff recommendation that the denial that there needs to be a better solution to how access to that roof deck is achieved that meets the guidelines and hopefully doesn't even violate the bulk plane. Because I think it is possible to do this building without a bulk plane violation.
So, I've never been to Mendocino, but it appeared to me that the applicant himself, right at the very end, suggested any number of options that they have to do to bring the design a little more into coherence with the rest of Curtis Park. So I think I can support the staff recommendation rather than try to mandate or pick out a specific detail they need to work on. I think they obviously know what their goals are and the client's importance of various features. Let them have at it in a different manner. So I would support the staff recommendation.
I think one thing that the applicant mentioned was, maybe just some friendly comments on how that stair might still make it up to the deck. And I think stacking it as it is all the way through is the challenge that results in the dormer as we have it. Obviously, it means giving up some footprint elsewhere, to maybe orient it in parallel with the plane of the pitch of the roof so that your head height becomes less an issue. And I feel like maybe some sort of extrusion of the gable that, as opposed to this big tacked on dormer or something like that could work better. Obviously, that's a sacrifice of some inside space for an exterior convenience, none of which is our purview, but I think that kind of creativity that works more with the roof plane instead of abruptly against it could be a better solution from a design guidelines perspective. That's maybe, like you say, Gary, invisible from the street and within the bulk plane at the same time, right? Something like that.
I also think that there's a problem with side elevations, because the front of this has been so heavily detailed, and there's so much, some very, very interesting ideas. And then when you go around to the side, it stops, and there's not even a band.
You don't even have a turnaround.
And it makes me just think, that I think that's why I think it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that, because it's like a front of a building. You know, I have to say that the dormer is kind of great on a certain level. I mean, I understand. I think that there's an idea there. It's not the bulk plane, but there's sort of a crazy Gothic idea there. But then you go around to the side, and suddenly what's tacked onto it is this completely undetailed lump. I know that's not in our guidelines.
It's a box.
Not a guideline.
It's an architectural
But I
purpose,
think there's the conviction of what is being presented here on the front, which is actually great, just sort of dies out. And
I would agree, and I mean, we are at phase one, so those are just friendly comments, you know, as they look at design details, once they've got, you know, a mass that works. But I do agree, and that, you know, even if it's not that the brick continues all the way around, that if there's some connection that's linking the design of the whole building together. But yeah, that's, for the future, for design details to be considered. But it sounds like everyone's pretty much in agreement with the staff assessment that, you know, the windows are derived from examples that aren't part of the historic context. And the dormer and the bulk plane, the issues with the bulk plane and the dormer need to be resolved, because we don't see a preservation reason as to why they would be qualify for an administrative adjustment from Landmark, right? Yes. Were there any other comments you think you'd like to voice to the applicant as they work on a revision?
There was a comment staff made about window proportion on the ADU and sort of plate height there, which I think was a productive comment. I don't know that there's really anything against it that doesn't meet guidelines, but I think that if windows are reimagined, including the triple double hung window that's facing the alley, might help proportionally balance that ADU a little bit.
Well, I think that it does fall within our guidelines, you know, to have the window proportions.
Yeah, and I think the applicant mentioned it was right on the 2-1 part edge, but two and some change. So.
Great. All right, who's going to make the motion?
Madam Chair, I will move to deny application number 2022-COA-476 for Phase 1 mass form of context at 3032 Champa Street per design guidelines 4.1 through 4.5, 4.7, and 4.8, 4.15, 4.18, and 4.19. Character defining features for the Curtis Park Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Fran?
Second.
George? Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Great. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, that was our last design review project, but we do have 2 business items on the agenda. Are we starting with CLG?
Yeah, we're gonna start with CLG. We don't have a presentation for it.
Yeah, so the certified local government is in a report we do every year. You guys are used to sending me, did you attend the conference or did you not? So we didn't do, given the length of this, we did not do a PowerPoint for it, but we do have the staff report and then the recommendation on this, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on the CLG report and where it goes.
The only comment I have is, I think statistically, the fact that staff sees a huge volume compared to the commission is just something that when people approach me about landmarks, something I share with them all the time. Doesn't have to be super scary, you know, that it's not this major process start. So I'm always just curious to see what that number is, because I know that the proportion,
80%.
is a huge amount that, yeah, happens without a major process. So thank you guys. Well,
Yeah. We'll give you an annual, like a calendar annual report in probably like early February next year.
Sounds good.
But this is based on the History Colorado's year, so.
Yeah, the Fed's year.
So you don't feel the
September
requirement.
30th, whatever it is. Yeah.
I just think what y'all do is pretty amazing, so, thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah, 1,452 projects being reviewed.
And how many staff?
Low.
It does seem low, actually.
So we have 12 staff members, including Emma Sansky, who's our new permit review technician too. She is our, so Emily was an operations assistant. We reclassified that position so that Emma is doing all of our intake work. She just started last week, so she's getting up to speed there. We also have a dedicated inspector, Matt Huda, who is technically not on our team, but he's on our team. So I'm not a supervisor, but close enough. So there's 12 of us. We're down to right now and training to, so we're at about 70% capacity right now, 60%. Hence the D circle.
That breaks out to 6 projects a day.
Yeah,
5 days a
oh
week.
my God.
So
I knew somebody would do that.
one per person per day almost.
I knew somebody's gonna do it, there's no reason.
Simple math, that's what my limit.
Not all staff does design review though.
Right,
Yeah.
That's true too.
And that doesn't count the demos, and that doesn't count the planning and all the things.
Well, can I move to approve the 2022 Certified Local Government Annual Report for presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the report?
Thank you, Greg.
I second that.
Thank you, Julie. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, motion passes unanimously.
Cool. And the other one is the proposed 2023 calendar, which we, stopping the other video. So we modified January dates and July dates because of Independence Day. So we've done that in the past where when we've had a hard time getting a quorum and for the first January meeting, which would be January 3rd normally. But that means that all of our materials have to go out to you on just December 27th. And that's really challenging for us as staff to do, and you guys would have time to review it at the end of the year and stuff like that. So that's why we've recommended moving it. Plus there's 5 Tuesdays in January. That said, we're talking about a retreat on January 31st, so save the date. But the other is July 4th is the first Tuesday of the month, so obviously we're not doing that.
Of course it is.
So you guys could, if you wanted to modify, you could do like the 11th and the 18th, which would be the 2nd and 3rd. Or we're doing this, we recommended the 2nd and the 4th, but your choice.
I've already got it in my computer, so.
Already put it on the calendar, we better vote for it.
Yeah.
We don't have a choice now.
And this doesn't conflict with CPI.
No, I think they're
February 8th through the 10th.
Yes, they have
Right.
some function in the evening, Tuesday evening, but other than that.
Oh, yeah, that's an older
That's
too,
not
remember?
correct.
Yeah,
So it's not like we can dip over to the Sheraton.
yeah. Yeah, we look at that every year. We did a deep dive into all of the holidays that happen during the year, various holidays, and it was last year you all decided that you wanted, and the attorneys recommended that we just stick to 1st and 3rd unless there's a major conflict with getting a quorum.
That require a motion?
Yes, right up there. Support Gary.
I move to approve the proposed 2023 calendar. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Graham, for seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same. All right. So, unanimous vote, and there's your date. Put in your calendar, everybody. All right, so that's the end of the agenda. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff.
Yeah.
Along with, I'll close the meeting at 5:42. Thank you.